but it says it's live anyway. Okay. This is our vehicle, which is something that I got randomly built. And I mean, it needs a design. It's chosen the absolute worst tyres again, because of course the wheel would choose the absolute worst tyres and front leaf springs. I mean, it's gonna happen. So, what I saw though when I saw this, it's like a derby car. That's the one thing I can see it actually kind of working as, and there's ways to like stretch them out. There we go. I want them to be, I think, a single headlight ordeal, not a dual. So, hopefully I can get this working. Now, the engine is in the back. It's rear-engined with front leaf springs, naturally, and double wishbones on the back. Obviously, the perfectly balanced suspension setup the wheel is known for. The wheel's world-famous suspension setup. I think, could we move that? No, probably don't want to. Probably want this to be quite far forward because it's rear-engine, so, you know, give space that way. It is canonically a 5-seater as per the wheel's prompt. But as I say, it's pretty much a derby car visually. And even though the engine's in the back, I have something to do with the exhausts, first of all. I've just had this idea. These are two randomly chosen colours as well, which I think I can get working. I think I might give it a vinyl roof, but I don't know. That's a luxury feature, so I don't know if this car would ever be luxury and then turn into a derby car. You'd think if it got into a derby car, it probably wouldn't be one of the cheaper versions. And then there's the fact that the vinyl roof will add weight. But anyway, yeah, the exhaust is going to do some cursed things to get to the front, but I do know what look I'm going for here. Kind of. Could try, not mirroring it, flipping this round. I think that matches the contours of the bonnet a bit better. I mean, these were not made to be bonnet exhausts, but hood exhausts, I don't know. And it's not an inline 6, but I think I can get that look working. It's an inline 4 in the back. As I say, this is going to do some cursed stuff. I think it might be a dual exhaust, so... I know, it's an inline 4, so I'm being dumb. It's going to be a single exhaust with this game. Move that down. I move that to the side. I shouldn't have done that. There we go. Now, as I say, let's see how cursed this is. The exhaust doesn't seem to be going out there. It should be. The exhaust should still be using these exhaust pipes. So no idea what's going on there. I could try reloading the car, seeing if it actually does configure itself that way. Yeah, there's the one on the left, but it is also, the wheel has also made that randomly, and I need to design it, so see how crazy it can get. But this one, I feel like I can turn it into a derby car, and it's a definite theme that I could run with, because it's not going to handle that well, but at least being a derby car, it doesn't actually have to. Like, it's also on trash tyres, but that's fine for a demolition derby vehicle. I mean, the exhaust's going somewhere. It's just like it doesn't quite bother to hit the front of the car. So if we remove the chassis, wherever that is, yeah, the exhaust just like loops around on itself and doesn't go anywhere. I think it goes like under the engine, so it expects to go out the back and then it just kind of gives up. It's not showing underneath the car, so kind of we have bigger issues. I did remove the intercooler visually because it doesn't do anything that I want it to. It like just hangs off the back of a car. When the engine fits fine, but then you have the intercooler hanging half a mile behind the car and it doesn't look good at all. You can fix it with the like body resize doodles and it does do it, but not very well. It looks terrible. So miscellaneous note. Yeah, we'll go with the basic chassis because, as I say, this is canonically supposed to be a 5-seater, which it will fit with the engine back there, as it's rear-engined. But the chassis it's got, the, I think, space frame, it doesn't take it all that well. A lot of just the standard in-game chassis just don't work, as this is. So, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to need some interior bits. The floor pan should be somewhere around here. That would be a good start. stripped interior panel. You know what? I don't know. Is this supposed to be like a premium interior or something? I mean, that's a floor panel. I'm going to have to check what interior the wheel chose. Probably not going to be a stripped out race interior. But I can kind of cheese it in. I mean, what else do I do at this point? Anyway, I could just ignore the wheels prompt. At least mechanically it's going to be the same. Okay, we've got a standard interior. Now, I can somewhat balance this though. You know, a bit cheesier way of doing it, but if I say it's like a standard interior from the 50s, that would imply not very much going on. So as long as I like keep the carpets and stuff, it will probably count. There's interior pack here. This looks like it's the right era of stuff, at least in part. There was another one I think had actually really good seats for what this is. I'm getting distracted. There is the floor pan somewhere, like a whole floor pan you can stick in. If I just had some fairly like cheap looking carpet or something, that would do the job. There we go. I'm getting distracted again. Chorus rivet seats. Not quite, but they kind of look like that. I mean, I don't know. Something's off with that. Like, the base of the seat is nowhere near as large as the back. I feel that shouldn't be the case. I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe there's a purpose of it, but I want that much to match. We've got that as well. Depends on the era, but I feel like this says 50s to me. So we've got like the classic interior packs. I feel like maybe this one would work, I'm seeing here. Doubt the gauges are functional, but hey, they look good. Don't know exactly what time this body is from, but it's the best one I could use to fit everything together that the wheel has chosen me to use. Oh, that's actually got the exterior colour. Nice. Just right for what I'm using. I mean, it says standard, so it doesn't have to have, like, leather trim everywhere. As I say, if we're talking a standard interior from this time period, it makes sense. But it would maybe be a little simpler. As far as I know, not everything back then had like plastic or leather covering everything. That almost fits. But either way, I feel pretty good about this dashboard going in here. I probably won't be designing an entire kitchen today, but what happens, happens. So, got some full floor sets here. But it's actually, as I say, it's rear-engined. Even with the exhaust maybe going to the front. So, yeah, we can go with something like that and it'll be fine. We don't actually need the central tunnel. So, what's the difference between these two? Okay, that one's a little more, not aggressive, that would be the wrong term, but a little more, I'm trying to think of a term. It's not forgiving, it's not aggressive, it's, movable? No, a little larger, exactly, on the interior of it. Now, the chassis does stick through there, so... yeah, that one's probably actually better because the chassis doesn't stick through it. What have we got here, then? I think I'm going to want to mirror this, firstly, but also... I'm going to want to... it does kind of look like his body on frame. It isn't. As far as I know, I think it's a space frame. And they made it better. The wheel made it better by choosing to have leaf springs on a space frame. But no less. I will try. So we've got... I'm going to have a steering wheel. Is it Tetra? I don't know. Like, I just saw this because it was randomly generated, and it's randomly wheel generated. I just thought this is like a 50s derby car because it's put it on trash tires and everything. So like, that's just my immediate thought as to how I can try and get it working. It's pretty heavy actually. So got 1,800 kilos and a 4-cylinder with 400 horsepower. I mean, it's a bit of a wild thing. Yeah, it is rear engined. And I've put the exhaust on the front because it's a derby car look, even though there's actually no engine there. I'm just like, this is going to work visually, so I'll do that. And the exhaust like just gets there and then it gives up. The exhaust gives up after this point. Has no idea what to do with itself. But it is it's not a turbo, it's a centrifugal supercharger, so like a supercharger version of a turbo, and I mean that ended up a bit interesting. I need apparently a standard interior, so I'm gonna have to try and tie this all together as the wheel has requested. Or, well, demanded. The wheel doesn't request anything, the wheel just makes demands and expects to get what it wants. So there will be Maxwell, but I will not forget the Maxwell. So that can go maybe a little larger. I mean, it has actually got impressive rear seat space given there's an engine back there. Derby cat. I know cat is probably a typing mistake, but yes, it will be a derby car with a derby cat. Yeah, I mean, I think I do remember Tatra's a rear engine. I'm not sure Tatra's use leaf springs on the front, but it is rear engined rear drive. And then we have, because of that, we've actually managed to get a flat floor. So there's one upside there. I mean, there is advantages to this, but it's like only the wheel, I feel, is crazy enough to put leaf springs in a sports car. Or in something with 400 horsepower, should I say. Needs 5 seats. That would do for the back seat. Actually, I think I can make this work for both the front and the back. Tawa. So yeah, is that a knockoff Tatra? I don't know, it's a Tatra is not Tata as well. I need to remember there's a big difference there. One of them's like Indian, that's... I don't know, is it German? I'm probably completely wrong. But, yeah, we need to try and somehow get this back seat working. It is also a coupe. I mean, it looks more like a like sedan saloon type body, but I'm going to run with this if it thinks it's a coupe. Ah, I've grabbed that one. Yeah, I say Tatra. I think that's how I say it. It's imagine it's like one of those companies everyone mispronounces. I don't know. Look how impressive that rear seat room is, though, for something with an engine back there. Like, that's not bad at all, especially given I don't think this was designed to be rear engined. For luxury, yes. So I think I'll probably have to change these colours. The wheel has actually kindly given me 2 colours I am allowed to use, which are actually on the car. Surprisingly enough, I did that. I did a thing. So, I don't know, I could make that a little larger. I mean, this is not made to be a single seat, but I want it to all match up for just overall theming, would I say? Maybe, it doesn't look perfect, but it's a car interior. I mean, the flat floor makes this have more space than it perhaps otherwise would for a mid-size vehicle, even if it is on the larger side of mid-size. I keep thinking I probably wouldn't want chrome on this. I don't know, because it's a car from the 50s. I did actually have an idea before, which I think I can use, and it's the kind of off chrome, for lack of a better term, which I can probably create. So there is like there's wrinkle paint or something. There we go. Now if I'm able to get this to look kind of like chrome and a little shinier, it's going to look somewhat like beaten up old chrome, which does match the idea I'm going for. Ah, got a different mouse pad and now my angle's off with the mouse and stuff. It's glow amount. I don't know, hex. Do I want to change that maybe? Saturation. Hue. So that's an attempt at chrome. It does look like more like white wall tire stuff though. So I could maybe lower the bumpiness a little. Actually, I'm doing this wrong. What I should do, I should go to Chrome and then mess with the settings. Because I do want this to be shiny. Yeah, there we go, bumpiness. So I can make this Chrome look a lot more abused. Make it bumpy, make it dirty. And that will look a bit more like the kind of chrome you would get on a beaten up vehicle. Like I'm going for. There's texture offset, whatever that does. Well, I have no idea what texture offset has done, but that's some form of chrome. I can actually change the name. So this can be beaten up chrome. Okay. I think I can use that to elsewheres as well. Just the idea that it's not perfect chrome. I can also go and maybe mess up the other paint colours so they look like, yeah, maybe less shiny. They just look like they've been sprayed on, kind of thing. Very cheaply and quickly. The check will kill me because I mispronounced Tetra. That wasn't me. That was my evil twin, who just happens to look exactly like me in every way and sound exactly like me. I definitely didn't do that. So, shyness. Okay, this paint isn't very shiny. I want it to look like it's actually just been sprayed on here cheaply. Because it's a derby car, so of course it would be. I mean, it might need a bit of shininess, just not loads. So try about 33%. Scales with object, what difference does that make? Does it make a difference? I don't think it does, really. World space texture. That sounds like something that would just lag my system. I don't know, it doesn't make a difference that I can see. Okay, well that's the roof. I said I could make it vinyl, but vinyl would look more posh and expensive. I think the wheels... I could just make the wheels black, like that might just be the best option. So if we go, a steel clone. I think just black is going to look best, or very dark grey. No flake, no shine. I should actually just call that... I should name this something, so... So, I'll just call it trim metal. It does actually kind of look like a Joker. Hey, the random hex color generator chose these colors. I must honor it, even if it does look kind of ridiculous. Actually, I have to see, is there actually a Joker car? Because I imagine, I just want to see how that would look. Joker-mobile. The Joker-mobile is apparently real. The Joker-mobile is purple. It looks like some kind of, I don't know. Looks like an off-brand supercar. But apparently the Joker-mobile is a thing, so I learned something. Gonna need to get to the front. I started the interior and I don't even have the basis done yet. Also gonna need to add some doors and stuff as well at some point. So, headlights. Might be able to get some like netting stuff on the headlights. I don't know how to describe it. It's just because to stop it getting smashed, since they are derby car stuff. I would say they look too big. I know there were size requirements for the sealed beam lights. But then some of them were like, it was either quad smaller headlights or dual larger ones, which is what makes this stuff confusing. I could put square headlights. Like, I mean, at this point, who knows what the car's been through, so it could work. Oh, that's actually got the kind of like stuff I was referring to. I can put that on though by itself. Like, they don't have to be attached to headlights. That's interesting. So I can get this working. It's going to look so comically ridiculous. And squares. Have to see where they are. There's some here. Oh, pickup truck lights. This doesn't work at all. I don't know, it's like it doesn't work at all, but simultaneously for that reason it actually does work. Okay. There we go. I think that's almost there. Almost. There we go. I don't know if that's even like covering it fully. Yeah, I think these are the 80s headlights, I think. Not sure if Lada used them, but they're like the standard American spec ones, I believe, that they would use on a lot of trucks and stuff. I do believe there was actually smaller ones as well. But I don't know, I kind of like how comically ridiculous this is. But I do think I know what they are. I think it's, there's Ford Fiesta lights. I think they are somewhere. I think it's something more like that. They might be the ones. I don't know. I kind of like how ridiculous these two look, though. Like, they just look so out of place. But I can actually include these. Many cars have been sacrificed to give this thing lighting. I'll have a look at it. Lada Samara. Ah, yeah, so they're not like, what would you call it? They're not sealed beams, they're more like composite, I think they called it. At least the ones I can see, they are what they call composite lights, so, as in they don't follow a specific, spec. I mean, there is one version, it just has like the standard, quad standard lights that I can see on the images. But I don't know, I know back then, back in like the 50s or whenever, there were standard specs, and oh dear, they just don't fit at all. Now they fit slightly better. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, they're composite lights. I mean, the closest I could probably do is modern circular ones, but I kind of like how ridiculous this is at the same time. But you know what I could do? These are like composites. That looks a little too off. I mean, it would be funny if I just had like stolen composite headlights. They would act as the fog lights. I mean, there's these ones, which are also an option, I guess. I'm going to just steal someone's composite headlights, I think, for this and use them as fog lights. I mean, it's like ridiculous enough of a vehicle. Probably want our beaten up chrome as well. Kind of the only law for this could perhaps be that the normal lights are just completely broken. So now I'm just building a Fiat Multipla from the 50s. No, like a 50s incarnation of the modern Fiat Multipla. That's just what I'm building now. Because I say 50s Multipla. There was actually a Multipla in the 50s. It was just a completely different one to the one everyone says is hideous. Yeah, the thing is though, it's like, I don't know, honestly, I don't know a whole lot about derby racing. I've just, mostly just Wreckfest, which I did also play on this channel a long time ago now, probably years ago. Not very, not a stream or anything now. But yeah, that's about all I know. Hi, Ladio. I have built a car. Oh, the wheel has built a car. I have to just design it now. This is, yeah. Yeah, Weevo had a magical girl transformation into a mod. So, it was incredible. Yeah, I made like this terrible beaten up chrome, so I'm going to use it. I feel like I could make these lights maybe a little closer, because they're just too far out. Or these covers, should I say. So we've got beaten up chrome. Green Goblin. Wait, is there a Green Goblin car? For some reason I'm reminding everyone of like Batman villains today. It does actually. It does look like that kind of thing. Apparently I'm like making the car that... You know what this is? What I think this is... I can actually name it. It's the reject Batman villain car. This is a reject, or maybe rejected is a better term. It's a rejected Batman villain car. That's what this is. Because it's like they saw it and they're just like, we're not going to use that car. We can do it. We can do something a million times better. But it's got someone else's headlights as fog lights. I mean, that's prime design right there. Gonna need a grill. Somewhere. Oh, you know what? We could have a scoop. Since there's no engine up there, it's not really gonna do anything, but... Oh, now it's doing this thing. Anyway, how quick is it? I mean, I remember it being okay. Yeah, 5 seconds. Yeah. The Fiat Multipla. Wait, was there another Multipla from like West Germany? I was just thinking of the two Fiats. I know there was like two Fiat Multiplas and one was in the 50s. Wait, it is from Spider-Man. Oh, sorry, I'm just being completely dumb. So I just call it rejected villain car. I don't know. Actually, supercar because it's funnier because this is not a supercar. It's a rejected villain supercar. I mean, to be fair, with these terrible tyres, if it did actually try and get away from any superheroes, it wouldn't. It would end up in a bush. And probably not get taken out of that bush very easily because it weighs a lot. So, you know, there's a lot of flaws. It also has 62% of the weight hanging over the back wheels. Because balance. And, gotta have a bumper, I think I was saying. We could have like a pickup truck rear bumper. I think one of these could work. I'm not sure which one. I guess they're all rear bumpers. So, I don't know. Oh, here's something. We've got to have all of the bash bars you can imagine on this vehicle. And I'm grabbing the wrong item. That is a little further out than I would like. Can actually go with a metal here, I think. The Riddler. I think I remember him. He's like the guy with question marks everywhere. I remember the bare minimum about him, but still. And yeah, it's the car that no supervillain would actually accept. They all rejected it. This is now the law. Because I have said so. I feel like I have to tune this because it's got leaf springs on the front. So it's one of those cases, if I don't tune this well, it's going to be a complete mess. Give it a nice chunky bumper. Can make this the same black colour, I think. I don't know if I can change the I probably want to change the width. I don't know if I want to change the length. I guess that'll work. It's not perfect, but still. Yeah, there's a lot of purple and green villains. None of them want this. They looked at, you know what they did? They looked at this car and they're like, actually, I'd rather walk. They'd rather walk away from the crime scene than be seen in this. They take pride in their criminal activities. I don't know what I'm doing with these. I guess more bash strength for when you want to ram into someone. Oh dear, they look awful. I have got another randomised vehicle and it's a lot better than this, but at the same time, from a design perspective, I think this is fun in terms of just what I can do with it. It will have Maxwell's, I need to keep saying. Also, these exhausts, they go nowhere. I've probably mentioned it's rear engine, so the exhausts go nowhere. Honestly, this car probably... I feel like they wouldn't continue producing it in Brazil, though. Even they'd probably turn it down, even if they had, like, no money to spend on new designs. I feel like even they'd turn it down, because even in the 50s, there were just better engineered vehicles than this. We could give it one wing mirror. 2 wing mirrors is a luxury feature in this in the time period I feel this is from, so you don't get 2 of them, you just get 1. I don't know, even in the 50s I think there may have been like 1 mirror was available, but then you still had to pay for 1 mirror. I guess it might depend on region as well. Some regions may have given you mandatory mirrors before others, and even states within America might have been like that. No, we don't want to mirror that. Give us 2 mirrors. Yeah, true. It's like, you see, the 60s American cars, they have the one advantage, or at least simple. Like this car, I think it has like a 4 valve per cylinder inline 4 with a supercharger, so even though it makes power, it is not going to be reliable, and it's not balanced as well at all. 7 cheeses. Honestly, I probably wouldn't buy this car. I say that as the person who literally is building it. It's like, it's comically bad though, but I wouldn't actually want to own it. I could give it more exhausts. This interior, I don't know, like, the green colour actually looks too nice. I want to make this colour look worse. Because as it stands, I don't hate it, and I should. So, we can get rid of a flake, perhaps. As I say, get rid of a flake, get rid of most of the shininess. It just looks like it's been attacked with a spray can, which is actually kind of a white look that I want to go with. Maybe go like 12 or 13. That's 50. Like, someone has just attacked this with a spray can. That's how it's been painted. Not very well. And the mirror is actually too nice. The mirror needs to look like it's made of all the beaten up old chrome, not the new clean stuff. Yeah, the Pinto. Honestly though, the Pinto probably at least has some logical engineering decisions. This just doesn't have many. The only good thing about it is the engine, but they've given it the wheel has given it a really strong engine in a vehicle that otherwise just cannot handle it. So like, yeah, it's just, what are you trying to do? I feel like actually cars, if I go this way, actually I feel IRL, sorry, cars, which are actually, you know, designed with road parts to a budget, slow down better than this. This takes 50 meters almost to slow down. It is bad. So I would not be surprised if an actual real Pinto slows down better than this. So yeah, they give you 400 horsepower, and it supposedly goes to like 197 miles per hour top speed. You are not going to slow down if you hit that speed. Going like 190 miles per hour, and then you just, the car realises it doesn't actually want to slow down. I do want to add some like rust effect to it if I can. I think I have a way of doing it. Because this car isn't going to be completely clean and immaculate. I mean, some cars, like I think there was the Maxwell's little camper. I wanted that thing to look generally clean and nice. This just has to be a beaten up looking like 50s or 60s car. Visually at least. It's certainly something I've not designed yet in this game, so that is an interesting way to take things, I feel. There is no back-end design whatsoever. I feel like giving it a pickup truck bumper on the back just because The Hoffman. I don't know. I have a poor memory, but the I'll have a look at that. I should really use my other browser window because I've just got one with the music on and I'm not even using it for other stuff. Yeah, so I can drag that window across there. Actually does. It looks exactly like a blobfish. That is a correct analysis. Wow. I never would have before thought there was a car that could look that close to a blobfish. But it does. Do we want a shifter? I haven't actually checked. I think this has a 6-speed transmission. Yeah, it does. It has a dual clutch technically. So I think it is. I think it is a safe decision to give it a manual. A manual shifter, should I say? Where is the manual shifter? There we go. 80s gear shifter. I feel like 80s gear shifter, as messy as everything else is in this car, actually kind of works. Gonna have to reach down quite a distance to get to the gear shifter. Yeah, you're gonna have to reach down quite a lot to hit that shifter. I mean, it's like you don't even know what this car is anymore when you see it. It's just so many bits of so many different cars put together. Yeah. It's true. Honestly, though, it's a freewheel car. I kind of feel like if that was on the road, most of the ones you'd see would be tipped over. It doesn't look stable at all. It looks like something that you would see. You know, if you see it in a video game, it looks like something you just see tipped over as one of the side cars in the world. It's like the apocalypse happened. No one even bothered to save that car. They just left it tipped over at the side of the road. He discovered it on... Wait, he discovered the blobfish in 2003 after making that car in 1950. That's even wilder. So he like designed it after a blobfish without even knowing he was designing it after a blobfish. I think I could go with 2D on here, maybe. That bumper doesn't quite fit on the back as well as I would have liked. I think I need a different bumper. Yeah, it's crazy though, that. So... Okay, I'm just trying to focus so hard on this that I'm not speaking at all. Do I want it to be the other way up, perhaps? You know, that doesn't actually look off-fitting as off. It doesn't look as off as it could, I mean. Can go with a bit more of a metal trim there. That doesn't fit at all, actually. If I grab that at the right point and move it, well, that's a way of adding the bumper. That's odd. It shows more on one side than it does on the other. Okay, the bumper's like torn in the middle for reasons I cannot quite understand. There's just a massive tear in the bumper. It was fine on this side. Have I fixed it? No, I've fixed it on one side. The car inspired the blobfish. Yes. But the animal kingdom saw it, and it's like, I should use that. That looks like perfect camouflage. Humans will never see that I am secretly a fish. These taillights don't actually look off as I thought they might. They actually look pretty decent. I mean, is it bad that this actually looks like a legitimate derby car and not like something that just shouldn't exist and some abomination of nature? I mean, it would have looked like ridiculously tall off the ground if I didn't play with a finer suspension tuning settings. Or not tuning, the suspension visual settings to make it look less bad. Use a hostile. The fuel filler goes from the roof through the cabin of the car. I have to look up a rain frog now. Apparently, like, nowadays cars are I say nowadays. It seems like in this stream we are going through all the cars that look like things they are not meant to look like. Rain frog. No. That looks well, that is a frog. It's a very ball-shaped frog. I mean, I don't think the car is quite that ball-shaped, but I can kind of see a resemblance of it somehow. Oh, speaking of hot dog cars. There is somewhere. I think it's around about 1990 in this game. I have to find where it is. There is a hot dog car. If I keep scrolling until I find it. Somewhere around here, I think there is a hot dog car. There we go. I think it's Oscar Mayer's hot dog car. That is a selectable body. The blobfish is normal. I don't know. Now I have to look up a blobfish. Yeah. I mean, I can imagine that looks normal that far down. Wait, the blobfish has a nose. The blobfish has a very distinct nose. Yeah. So the Oscar Mayer's a hot dog vehicle. I mean, that is a body. I could do that as like a random wheel build someday. Like I just literally use the bodies I don't usually use, like the bus bodies or the hot dog body. Because they're not like selectable under the normal terms I've given it. It could be a fun little change to do that. We need some other bits going on here though. There's a picture of a blobfish on here, and it just looks like it's seen things. Like the eyes are open and its mouth looks terrified, like it's actually seen something it shouldn't have seen. So I'm gonna need to add the reverse lights somewhere. Indicator tail lights. I could use them as reverse lights actually. That might work a little better. So that's the red. I think that'll work. Indicators. I feel like having these on the like boot lid for some bizarre reason. I have no idea why I feel like this. I just do. I mean, hey, there's things about this that don't make any sense. I might actually do that thing where because at this point I might just make this as ridiculous as possible. Put the fuel filter, not filter, the fuel filler somewhere with yes, Brilliant. I've had an idea. The perfect location. The Wienermobile. Oh, that was it. There was Wienermobile. Sorry, my voice is not working. So yeah, you know where we put the fuel filler right next to the exhausts. I see no way this could possibly go wrong. Nothing could possibly go wrong if I put an exhaust filler right next to the exhausts, which are for some reason going to the front from an engine that's mounted in the back. But yeah, I do feel like I should build some of these things though. What was it? I need an intake. I need an air intake on the bonnet because there's no engine here, so we need to compensate for something. Is that I don't know if that's actually open, or if it's just like something to cover an engine up. Now I feel like there's a better. Ooh, that's asymmetrical. Yes, that's bound to irritate people, making it asymmetrical on top of everything else. I'm running out of space to put this. There we go. Perfect. An air intake that's completely at the wrong angle. I feel like I need, you know, a sunroof, but it's not a sunroof because it does nothing. So it's just like a welded up sunroof. I don't know. Did cars in the 50s even have sunroofs? Look, I don't know. These things are so cursed at this point that I don't think it really matters. So we're going to go with purple there. There we go. Completely useless welded up sunroof. Probably the only option this car ever had to make it a nicer driving experience. There we go. Maybe expand it a little in that direction. The welded up sunroof. Which actually makes sense for a derby car. A facelift, yeah. That's why it had a sunroof at one point. It's a facelift. That would actually explain why the headlights are so weird as well. Why it's got like 1970s headlights on a 50s car. Also, I didn't know. I thought sunroofs were like a thing of the 1970s. I don't know. I mean, maybe they only got popular in the 70s or something. But anyway, this car had a sunroof at one point, but does no longer have one. Because I guess just to add to the cursed thing, it's like, you had a nice feature, let's just take that away. And I'm going to do something very cringy on this design, but because I feel it has to be done. Yeah, if I can find the text tool. Where is it? There it's text. Let's find a nice retro font. Oh, this one's perfect. We don't want chrome. Let's go with black. Nope. I'm sorry, I know as cringe as it is, it's a derby car. I have been given an excuse. I have to do this. Just put it massive on the side. I'm so evil doing this. There. No matter what side you go, you cannot escape it. Make that a little smaller. I don't know, it's still cutting it a little, but that's just how it is with this. Yeah. And the Ford Fair... I think I've seen the Fairlane Skyliner. I think, was that... I don't know if I'm probably thinking of the wrong one, but there was one car in the 50s and they like, tried to target it to females, but they didn't give any market research whatsoever, so it completely flopped. Because they basically made like the most manly 50s muscle car boat thing, and then they painted it pink and said it was for women. And it just didn't really sell, as you may predict. I mean, I'm probably thinking of a totally different car. 6, 7. Yes, loads of 6, 7s in the chat. I need to duplicate this. Like, 1 is not enough. Imagine just read the comment and put it that many times on the car. Because it's like, if I was ever to use this joke on any car, I feel, I think I need to pivot that like that way. There we go. It's a bit odd with this body shell, how you can't move things as you maybe would expect. Okay, I think I know what I can do here. Either I can bring it to the front, or that's not going to work predictably. Or I can just move it to the side of, like, the intake. That's if it lets me actually move this thing. Ah, there we go. Can remove the mirror feature. So, oh dear. I can have it on the bonnet. It's just snap into the middle a little easier than I would like. Ah dear. I've now completely lost it. There we go. I feel like, yeah, as I say, if I was ever to use that on a car. The, oh yeah, the Dodge La Femme, I think it was that. Yeah, I think it was. It's one of those things, I think it is to sound French. It was just, it's such a strange thing to try and build. Like, just, where did they get the idea, though, to market it in that way? I guess, as I say, I guess they just didn't do any proper research, but... yeah, okay. Yes, I will obey. I must further the dead memes. Next, I can put an Among Us on it or something. You know what I could actually do? Because the engine's in the back, I think I might put a vent. And then I might put an Among Us logo next to the vent. I think that's mirrored. Yeah. It's perfect. Yeah, it was the 50. I guess that explains some of it. But I mean, the thing is, it like completely flopped sales-wise, so surely doing a little research wouldn't have necessarily hurt them. Gonna need a bit of trim, I think. Crash his car into a wall. You see, I've taken what I've done. I've taken a cursed wheel prompt and I've made it 1,000,000 times more cursed than it actually was. Don't worry though. Don't worry, Elena. This car will crash by itself. I don't need to crash it. It's so poorly designed, it will crash. But I will have to put an Among Us on now, because that idea I just can't afford to lose. I feel like if I'm going to make this car completely cringe, I might as well go the whole way at making it just unnecessarily cringe. Let's see. There is like chrome trim somewhere. I just don't know where I'm supposed to find it. There it is. Well, I won't be using chrome trim. I just want to tie the back of the car design together a little more than it is. And bring those forwards. That almost works. I think that will work when I'm done with it. Yeah, it's going to explode. I feel like, you know, we have those, what's it, they have those cars with the anime liveries on in Japan and they say they're cringe. I can only assume most people haven't seen this thing. Like, I am going to put an Amogus here, though, because I just feel I have to. Actually, between two vents, I'm going to have an Amogus because... because I think it could work. Well, that is a grill. So we mirror that. Yes. That can be moved forward as well. Doo-doo. Actually, I've had an idea. I'm going through this the more difficult way that I don't need to spend on it. Could make these out of chrome. Sure, why not just have a bit of beaten up chrome in a place where there is no other chrome. There we go. So I don't think there's a pre-made Amogus here, so I'm gonna have to get creative. I mean, if there is, it would make... If there is a pre-made Amogus, it would make it, Ooh! I have found this, though. This actually could work. For the kind of car it is. It's a little shiny, though. Ooh, I've had a better idea. Yes! Perfect. It's like purple. And that is, the craziest thing. It looks like just some cheap Chinese decoration at this point. In that colour. And 12 valve. Well, might as well boast about it being a 24 valve. That's one of the few things it does actually have to boast about. There we go. Yeah. I feel like, at this point, I feel like just looking up all the dead memes. It's like, it's that, like that Simpsons clip. It's like, stop it, it's already dead. You can stop beating it up now. There's got to be something, I think there is, if we're going body moulding, I think there's stuff I can possibly use. So, this should work, just for what I've got in mind. I mean, there's only a limited number of layers, so I'm going to have to try and make this work while I can. Ooh, what I could do, I could tie the other colour into being an Amogus. So I think we want something a little more square. This is art now. I think there's like a backpack type thing as well. So this is meant to be our Amogus. This can be in layer 2. That one doesn't appear to be showing. There's got to be a way of fixing this. I have an idea. Grill. Grill is our saviour here. Yes. It should be red. I can make it red. You know, it's not the best Amogus I've ever drawn, but it says a lot when it's not the best Amogus I've ever drawn. But anyway, could try and make it like plastic actually. Yeah, so we can make this blue and wait, is that? I can kind of bring that to the front. No, this car is not sus at all. This car is innocent, I am sure. It's like, keep thinking, what am I creating here? What is this? Fuel filler cap. You know what? I did think I'd make the fuel filler cap on the front, but I've had a better idea. I've had a much better idea. If I can get this working. This is a fuel filler cap. This is where you fill it up with fuel. Well, we could have two, to be honest. That could still potentially work as an idea. Gonna need to change that, though. Could I make another one of these, I wonder, and have it on in the front? Would that work? Yes, it would. So we're going to have a fuel filler cap on our fuel filler cap, perhaps. No, it's having issues. Like, it's cutting through the body of the car. I don't like that. Oh, yeah, I remember that. The failure of a car. It was, I edited that, I think. So, I remember coming across it in the edit as well. And I'm not making this red. Yeah. I came across that in the edit because I edit all this stuff. I'm not great at it, but yeah. So, that was, I couldn't put 67 indicators on it, but I put as many as I realistically could on it. Now, ooh, we can give it feet, perhaps. No, that's not going to work, is it? Ah, we've got the trim pieces. Save me, trim pieces. Somehow, it's just a hunch, but I feel like automation wasn't designed to draw Among Us. Just a hunch I've got. This wants to go, like, to the centre. Actually, I could... No, I'm thinking I could use the letters or numbers. I don't think that's going to work. Apparently I'm putting a million different bumpers on the car. Yes, this is just what I needed. Might have to make the body of the Among Us bigger, but I have got a pair of legs. I am now making art. Imagine that, because like there is the rules in certain parts of America when you're not allowed to fill your own car up. Imagine having to have someone fill your car up and you just say, oh, it's the Amogus on the back. That would be an event. So yeah, I think this will work. I have to bring it to the front a little. This is like the worst, most derpy Amogus ever. So I think I'm gonna need some kind of like shiny chrome or something, but I'm gonna need to change the colour. Yes. Perfect fuel filler cap. I don't see the problem here. Yeah, except someone will fill your car. Honestly, would they fill it up though with the Amogus on the back, or would that be too much of a deterrent? Yeah, it's something. I need to put more memes on this. Could put more 6-7s on, but I think I've already got a few of them. I'm trying to think. The loot crate, yes, something of my generation. Probably shows how old I am, but the loot crates, which were basically people bought these boxes and they had loads of the stuff that they couldn't sell in the shops in. That they were like selling them as this exclusive thing. Ah, the early 2010s. So, got to find something that's kind of like a box. Too much. I don't know. I think this needs more memes. Oh, more dead. Yeah, believe me, this loot crate thing. There was actually this thing. It was like this parody someone made in the early 2010s. It was like they called it the box of junk or something, and they had someone all excited about getting their box of junk. Because that's literally what it was. It was just a bunch of stuff that they couldn't actually sell in the shops. And they were selling it as if it was all this big exclusive thing. They look like fuel filler caps, actually. Now I'm grabbing 6-7. Yeah, I mean, as I say, just look up the loot box, I think they call it, or loot crates. Two-faced wolf shirts. I could try and do like some kind of galaxy thing. I don't know how I would go about it, but I could try. I do have to add some rust as well, actually, because that's another thing I feel it needs, actually, as a derby car. Perhaps on a slightly more serious note. So we can mirror that. Gonna need to get some text. Actually, I need to find a reference image of loot crates. I think it's like there were others as well. It's just Loot Crate was like the original one, and then everyone else realised there was money to be made. So, okay, it's like a black box, and I think it's a bit more rectangular. I tell you, it was like a craze back then. I don't think TikTok was even a thing, but it was basically a TikTok craze before TikTok. Yeah, so as I say, the box needs to be black because, as I've got it, it's purple. I'd use this trim thing I've used before. Call of Duty. I don't think I've ever played Call of Duty. I don't know. I'm too nerdy for that stuff. Yeah, so we need some white text as well. I'm just trying to click off and on the thing again because I think it's being a bit awkward, as it sometimes is. We've got gotta find some black text, I think. Has to be like the most generic text you can imagine, basically. Wait, I don't know, it's like black on black doesn't quite work. I think white is close enough to get in what I want. Okay, so can we go... Oh dear. I wonder, can I stretch that out? Will it show the text if I do that? I mean, I don't see any text. I feel like I'm missing something obvious. The only thing I can try is getting this and like squashing it. Big chungus. I'll have to look up a reference, but I can try and do that. Okay, so... I feel like I should call it, I know, I'll call it Yeet Crate, so they don't sue me. That's with a common theme. That's very strange, like the text just isn't showing up there. I don't know if that text is broken or something. Oh no, sorry, I'm just being completely dumb. I've not typed anything in. That's shiny. That's odd, it removed my text. Yeet Crate. It is sponsored officially now by Yeet Crate. The Yeet Crate, because you yeet it straight into the garbage after you buy it and open it. And it's the same, it's one of those things like gambling. You can say Pokemon cards are gambling and everything. That's literally what those boxes were. They were just gambling for stuff. I mean, hey, I have gambling in my winter car, but at least I don't have to pay for that. Oh, dabbing. Oh no, there's so many things I need to add. You know what, we also need indicators, but we need them to be blocked off. These indicators do not look period accurate at the least, which is why they are perfect. I could go with matte plastic actually, or glossy plastic. The indicators must be fully plastic. Apart from the insides, which it probably won't make me let me make plastic. There we go. Nah, again, that won't let me make it plastic. 67, yeah. Who would know that? I mean, the thing is, this car is cursed. I think it seeks revenge on humanity by reminding them of all the stupid things that they have done in the past. So, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's its purpose. There is 67 going into the slots. I wonder if Sakura rigged that, so no one would win. Yeah, I need to look up Big Chungus. Oh no, there's the Labubu. How could I forget that? The Labubu has like... It's fairly recent, but yeah, I think that's safe to call that like a dead trend. I have to put a Labubu on it now. Because reasons. I'm not sure, honestly, I'm not sure I can do a Big Chungus bunny. It seems like it's more complicated than an Amogus to make in this game, but I can try and find some kind of bunny. If there's like a badge or something. That's probably the closest I can get realistically. Maybe I should just lie about this and make it a 5 litre or something. You know what? I'm just going to outright lie and I'm going to say this is a 5 litre V8. No one will know the difference. No one will know it's like a 3 litre 4-cylinder. If we tell them it's a Mustang engine, they'll have to believe us. Yeah, I think I call it micro trend. I think that's the term for it. But I do feel like I could probably just about draw a Labubu. It wouldn't be a very good one, but I feel there's enough about it. There's also the thin Labubu I once drew. I find that kind of comical. There was also like you can turn a Finn into an Amogus and a Labubu quite easily, which I find funny. Yes, it was a bunny badge. I was doing that. Started as a normal 50s car in Florida. Yeah, somewhere along its life it became this. The other thing is the front leaf springs. But honestly, at this point, the front leaf springs work because the rest of the car has become so cursed, it actually starts working. The same with the tyres. Just the fact that this is an incredibly cursed being. I mean, it's like, there's the car as well. Bring it up, I think I brought it up again. There's the car, like that 1970s, sorry, horror movie. And they had, literally just a car which was sentient and went round running people over. And it's just as ridiculous as it sounds. It makes me think of that. Like, this is definitely more colourful, but just this kind of cursed being that goes on a murderous rampage with no explainable reason. Like, it's just the car itself is a demon or something, I don't know. Can have like the default profile image. Ooh, here's some interesting stuff. There's Twitter. Wait, they renamed Twitter. We have to have the Twitter logo just because it's no longer relevant. We have to have a Twitter logo because it is completely irrelevant now, as they renamed it. Presumably to try and convince everyone it's some kind of adult website. Like, why else would they change a name like that? There we go. The Twitter bird is just flying into like the side of the fender. The Twitter bird has had too much cola. And we could have yeah, I need to find the bunny or something. Ooh. There is wait, you know, we can lure Big Chungus out with a carrot. I think that's close enough. Yes, Big Chungus will come along. That's how we get Big Chungus to follow the vehicle. Now I messed that up actually. That needs to be default. There we go. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, like, that's why this is perfect, because if I'm going to have any real-life logo, it has to be a Twitter one. Like, the bird isn't terrible, but I don't know. Maybe they were trying to deter kids, because it's like a toxic platform or something like that. Which I guess kind of makes sense. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff, but... Decal pack, turbo. It isn't a turbo. I feel like with this car also, it's so cursed. Why don't we just lie about what it is? Why don't we just like say it's a turbo when it clearly isn't a turbo? So if a Toasty Wheels turbo, I called a turbo, and that was actually supercharged, but it just fit the car so well. This, it's just a case of, well, I'm an outright liar. And I'm going to lie about everything about this car within it being a 24 valve. Turbo, yes. Maybe the turbo was the friends we made along the way. Wait, that's like carrots sticking into a bumper. I think I can fix that. If I raise it up a little, you won't have that problem. Yes, actually, it's tilted there and it's so perfect. Yeah. Honestly, believe me, where this is going, it's not being in a car show. It's being in somewhere. It's going to probably be beaten up on a demo derby track. Especially since I'm going to add rust eventually. I do want to try and do something with the brakes, so I put massive wide tyres on it, but I don't think they're good for actual brake performance. Like, this is something that has to be done, so if I make them larger... Okay, I lose a little bit of tyre width there on the back, but it's not awful as it could be. I have gained wheel size, wheel diameter. I think that's made it brake a little better if I'm not wrong. No, the thing just doesn't want to slow. No matter what I do to it, I managed to fit some larger wheels, it still does not want to slow down. 5 seconds though, 0 to 60. The worst part is this is actually kind of fast. Like, it's not the slowest thing the wheel has ever built. I mean, what else was there? There was the Labubu, there was, thinking, ah yes, the dabbing. I mean, I feel like that it's one of those things, there could be a dabbing, like, logo or something. I could probably do a stick man, so... yeah. I can probably do a stick man doing it, like, okay, it's like... it comes up with something else. Okay. It comes up with, like, smoking all kinds of stuff. So that's a kind of dabbing. Okay. So I think we have space for a stick man. Yeah, it would not be, it wouldn't, it maybe would be at a show. It wouldn't be at any good ones. I feel like, honestly, if this was in a demo derby race, I feel like people would just ram into it out of disgust. Like, not even like they're trying to beat it in the race. They'd just be so disgusted by it, they'll have to try and take it out of the road. Take it off the road. That's not the one I wanted to grab. This one. So... got to pivot that. This is going to be the best stickman I've ever drawn in automation, which doesn't say very much. I think if I could go and if I could like mirror that. No, it doesn't want to be mirrored. Yeah, this is kind of a wonky stick man, but... Okay, so... The thing is, a part of me wants to drive this, and a part of me wants to bury. Part of me wants to bury it on the PC and never see it again because it's so cringe. So we've got that. No, something like that, I think. Trying to pose a stick man, and it's hard. Now, where's the hyper-realistic hands mod when you need it? Carp. There may be an actual carp, I don't know. I will finish the stick, man. I'll try and get every suggestion in, other than Big Chungus I can't do, because it's too complicated for me. But hey, I gave it a carrot, so I did something. Okay, so... It's been a bit odd with picking things up. Like, it sometimes does that. If you stay on the designer for too long, you have to, like, click off it and then on it again, and in order to get it to work. There we go. I think that's the best dabbing I can do with a stick man right now. Gonna need a circle. Which there are. So there's that, I mean. I don't know. I need something circular, so it can be anything. It can be a grill or whatever, as long as it works. It does look like a crane. I mean, it'll probably look better when it has a when he has a head. Can actually this exhaust cut out? No, that actually does cut it out. I mean, all I can think is this. And because everyone seems to have a baseball cap on, I mean, I can do that much. Like, no idea why that is the case, but they seem to have put a baseball cap on, like, almost every image I can find of it. So, there will be something, body moulding, I think it is. There'll be something I can use. Patches... If I move that forwards, yes. So a baseball cap. Has it disconnected? I don't know, did that disconnect? I don't know, I just saw it go off on YouTube and then it returned. Doesn't say I've got any drop frames. Very odd. He can have his baseball cap because he is trendy. Or he thinks he's trendy, at the very least. Very odd, yeah. I don't know what happened with that. Because it's like, OBS isn't saying there's any frame drops or anything. Like, YouTube isn't complaining about my bitrate or anything, so I don't know why it would do that. It looks like he's wearing a frying pan on his head. Could, that kind of works. He's trendy. I think I could give him a little eye, because that would at least show what side his head is pointing. I don't know why it's... okay, apparently there's loads of these dots. Well, that's something. Give him an eye in beaten up chrome. Can try extending that, perhaps that works. This stickman took too long to make, but we now have a dabbing guy. It's very trendy. I mean, it is more of a silhouette, but... Actually, because if we're going with a silhouette idea, that could be green and that would work. Like, it's not super in detail. It doesn't have to be. I think it demonstrates enough of the idea. Okay, that's odd. Some of them are mirrored, some of them are not. I'll have to go and mirror all these because it puts on both sides of the car by doing that, and it's just generally easier for me. Where is that? Oh, like that somehow got on there. I didn't need that piece. Ah, so it's the trim I used. Like, for some reason I used the chrome trim to do this. Which I think makes sense, I guess, in hindsight. Yeah, so that's mirrored. Let's mirror all these pieces. There we go. Now we have two of these guys. It's like, I love how he's looking away from the 6-7. He's like, it's almost like, no, no, take it away. Let's see, even the outdated meme from like 10 years ago is saying no more of this. Oh dear. Now, what else have I got to add? There is yeah. Didn't read that about the copyright. The Twitter bird probably won't give me copyright. I don't know. I miss these things sometimes. I shouldn't. But... I mean, what's in? We've got the Yeet crate to sponsor us. Somehow we got the world famous sponsor Yeet crate too. Milk. Oh no, not the Pepsi milk. Actually, I don't think I can do the whole thing very well, the whole representation, but I do have an idea. Because, you know, this is not powered by normal, like, unleaded fuel or whatever. We all know what's powering this car. It needs to be stated very proudly. Yes. Just in capital letters. Well, not capital letters, but... Oh dear. What have I created here? I need to move the turbo badge as well because it's in the way now. I think I can do this. The Amogos is powered by turbo. No, it's not showing. I wonder. Actually, turbo can... We can have a turbo badge. We can just have it also mounted in like the most inconvenient location ever. There, it's a turbo. We can hide the turbo badge right down there. No, I haven't drunk it, but I have heard it's like Pepsi and milk. Somehow I know that. Yeah, this car is powered by it anyway. Somehow, apparently, it's quite a powerful thing though, if disgusting, because it has a lot of power. Who knew that was how you beat everyone else at the demo derby circuit? By powering your car and pilk. Right, the rust. I keep saying I'm going to add rust. I do have a way. Actually, I've had another idea, I think, as well. If I use the cutouts, I could probably have, like, the base of a car kind of eaten away, as they often do get when they are rusty and corroded. So, I think this could work. I'll just go on, it's on body moulding, and if there is anything that's a bit, like, broken. Now, I'm trying to think which one I can use. I can, like, cut it out here. What I could try is if I just put that, like, piece of trim along here. Because this kind of destroys bits of the bodywork if you put it over them and makes them invisible, so... There we go. Got, fixture materials. It should be somewhere here. Yeah, transparent. Gonna have to change that for the time being so I can actually get the whole thing together. No, I keep grabbing the 6.7. I tell you, it's one of those things though, like my generation will be saying it all the time now. Now it's like done with for the younger people. I mean, I put it on this car for a joke, but I feel like it'll be on my generation that will start saying it now. There we go. I mean, I have ideas for where to take this. So is that mirrored properly on both sides? Yes, it has. I feel like I should just make this car really softly sprung. I don't know. It could work on the front because it's leaf springs. People in the 90s say it. Do they? I mean, as I was saying, it's something that like could happen. Okay, that doesn't seem to erase the bodywork. That's a bit odd. But yeah, it's one of those things I think that it happens. It starts off as a kid's problems and then it becomes everyone else's problem. So I think if I go make up the kind of rust brown colour as best as I can. I mean, it should be able to like cut things through there, but Okay, so got that. That's the first one. I mean, this is meant to be rust. I'm not doing it very well. So if I go forward with that... fixture materials. Yeah, that's not working. Like, I'm sure that's supposed to cut through the bodywork and like make it transparent. It doesn't. Yeah. Hey, it's not necessarily ugly, but rust isn't necessarily the most attractive thing to have on a car, especially when it's structural, because it's a lot to deal with and often costly. I thought we need to name this car actually, and I've got the perfect name. We're going to call it Troublemaker. Actually, why don't we call it Troublemaker 2016 or something? Like, that can be its nickname. If I find the correct text for it. Yeah, this one looks appropriate. This is his nickname. Whoever drives this car. Troublemaker 2016. Could probably have it on the back as well. Reminds me of that part in my story where I had the king literally spray painted T King on the side of the car. Reminds me of that. Need to rotate it like that. It apparently won't rotate if I have it there. I can actually have text on the windows, that's interesting. There we go. Yeah, whoever drives. We know who drives it. It's Troublemaker 2016, whoever that is. Wait, I have to ask something. Would Sakura drive it? I must know. This is important research. So I can add the purple on the interior. If I can find the hex code for it. Edit paint, we'll copy that. No, Sakura, don't drive it. It's too cringe. You know, people sometimes do put that stuff on a van. It's like, makes you wonder why. Because I don't know. It's like they're trying to be edgy, but does it really make you a better person? Because you put things on you wrote words on a van. Want cloth interior. I don't want a leather interior. That would be luxury. Did I make... That doesn't actually look half bad as a cloth colour. I expected much worse. I mean, it's a little dull, but it doesn't look horrifically bad or anything. That's actually an unrealistically sensible interior. Sakura's cringe. Yes. I mean, I don't know. She said it shall become so. Does that mean she'll drive it because she has no choice? Or because she wants to drive it? I guess we'll never know. This is what happens when a car drinks too much cola. I mean, I would say that, but then I think this car is drinking pilk. So, we all know what's going on. Yes, we must know if Sakura is cringe. Oh dear. let's just have this guy. It seems appropriate at this point. Sakura is cringe. Oh dear. I feel like we're learning things here. We're learning lore. I'm being forced to drive it. There's another thing though that I feel we need to ask. I am also not, but I'm also not the one forcing her to drive it. I mean, this car, I feel like it's so bad it's good type of thing. Like, it's so cringe, it actually turns out to be funny. I don't know. Tablet kid. Well, apparently Sakura is being forced to drive it. I don't know. I feel like she's trying to redeem herself at this point, but I don't know if that's even possible. So, interior 3D. Ooh, we can have a radio. I don't know what... I think this might have entertainment or something. I want to see canonically what does this have. Like, what did the random wheel select? Ooh, we have a luxury cassette player. And of course I'm going to do this in the dumbest way I can possibly do it. So we're going to have I'm going to do what the wheel told me, and I'm going to give it a cassette player. But we're going to put that cassette player in one of the worst places we can possibly put a cassette player. That seems appropriate to me. Radio and climate. That's a 2000s cassette player. I mean, for cassette players from like the 1970s, I think even 60s, although they just weren't common back then. I seem to always be finding the interior bits I'm not looking for. So is this... I think there's actually like an interior that matches the dashboard, if I'm not wrong. Might be these ones. Oh, we can match this to the exterior. I might actually use the metal blue colour. That might work. I think that one's with the electric windows, which we won't have because this car is basic. So there is a thingy. I think I can make this larger. I mean, I don't know, because if this is cheap, technically that would just be the same colour as the exterior, because it would be cheaper to make it that way. In a way, I feel sorry for whoever bought this car originally, with what's happened to it over the years. This was a normal car back in the 50s. Someone had it as their pride and joy, and then this happened. So, how low can that get away with going? I think I might have an idea. So, if we rotate the dashboard to match that... I believe this can be made to work. Move that in a little. That should work. I don't know if I should be pleased or disappointed that this doesn't look any worse than it does. I can actually cut a corner there and just like... There we go. Trying to just line that up. There we go. I think that's lined up well enough. Not perfectly, but I can make this work. I just look at the outside. It looks so much worse. Yeah. It was a normal car before brainrot kids got their hands on it and destroyed it. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. It's like, I can actually imagine this looking properly decent from new, and when it was new, and then, yeah, there's an interior. I don't know. I feel like the interior gives me too many chances to do crazy stuff. Like, this was the first car. I mean, I've got another one as well I can build. However long this has been, I spent 2 hours just messing up an otherwise not so cursed vehicle. It's designed in the year 2020. Yeah. It's just automation won't go any newer than that, so it's like, I don't know why it's like this, but it won't let me choose a newer year. It's stuck on like 2020 maximum, so that's what I have to use. There is other door cards and stuffs. Oh no, I'm thinking of that whole hot knife trend now, where they cut through things with a hot knife. I wonder if I could incorporate that in the interior. Oh no, I'm getting ideas again. I'm getting ideas, and I'm not sure I like them. So, pivot that. I think I can just stretch this back and that should be fine. Yeah, I don't think that's going to hurt too much. Grabbed the wrong thing. There we go. I don't think that looks as bad as it could on the interior. That just gives us more chances to mess this up. Just remove a bodywork and you can see massive 6-7s everywhere. Ah dear. So... ah yeah, the whole hot knife trend. What can I change? Because they cut through like everything basically. Yeah. Hot knife and hydrologic press. There was that, wasn't there? Was crushing everything with the pressers. There was also will it blend. So a lot of stuff happened. I feel like I could probably squish this down a little because it doesn't line up. I feel like actually in the back seat, we've got back seats so I can... No, I'm not going to put a Maxwell in the press, but I mean, we could put something in a hydraulic press. Yeah, ASMR. Oh no, I think you can get food, so just put loads of food bags or something on the back seat. Because we of course know what the driver's gonna do. Gonna go straight on YouTube or whatever. Battle Royale. User powers against Sakura's iPad. Now, as I was saying, we do need the food. There's keys. Imagine having like a million different keys for this car. It's a burger. Nah. I don't know. So, we've got to, gotta find some stuff. I have a cassette player. I forgot the cassette player. There's got to be a cassette player somewhere. Standard cassette from the 2000s. I don't know. That'll probably do if it actually added it to the car, which I don't think it's doing. No, it's being funny. I desperately want to get this suspension working. It's not going to be easy, but I fear this suspension. Cheat even more. Oh no. I should have used that command. Then we've got the rear suspension. I can make the drivability higher by having it a little softer. $500 guy coin. My dodgy cryptocurrency. It's better than others because it's my one. 3.4. Okay, 0.9. I don't know how badly this thing's going to handle. It's not going to handle well, but I don't know if it's going to handle terribly or if it's actually going to be drivable. I think that'll have to do. It's actually got 400 millimeters of ride height, apparently. Pretty tall off the ground. Especially considering how I've made it look. But it did have the interior. Yeah. I need to... Is there a bag, I wonder? A fire extinguisher. I feel like, honestly, if it's a derby car, you probably need that. You probably need a roll cage as well. Was also eating Tide Pods. Must I bring that in? Sponsored by Tide Pods or something. I don't know. I mean, that was definitely like a thing that people went on about. I feel like I should cover the engine up a little. Can pivot that like so. The Tide Pod challenge. Entirely dangerous. There was Ice Bucket as well, that was another one. I feel like I just want to make a version of like we didn't start the fire, but it's just all these old memes. Yes, the engine is now somewhat hidden. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if people hate them. I think there were some people like saying they looked good, and I think people probably did eat them, but yeah, it's crazy times. But I'm sure there must have been like one or two cases where people did actually eat them, as there always is. There's Pokemon Go as well. Like, that was wildly popular at some point in the 2010s. And I wouldn't use use the old thing like, I don't want to get sued, but I'm going to come up with fake Pokemon. Just fake Pokemon, just call it Digimon. Nah, I don't know if Digimon is like supposed to just be a whip-off though. I imagine there's more to it. Yeah. Bye, Revo. I will keep this thing finished eventually. No, I mean I finish it sometime. Like it'll probably get worse. So yeah. But it will be done. The job of evil will be done. So I feel like my music playlist is gonna run out at this rate, and I'll have to find another one. There are a lot of people here. Like I thought the whole joke though was that they looked good, but you shouldn't eat them or something. Then of course it's the internet. People are going to eat them. This is not lining up, and I'm getting irritated, which I shouldn't, because this whole car is kind of a joke, but... Yeah, and it's like... I feel like people just believe this stuff too much on the internet. That's what leads to this stuff happening. Like, some people are just too trusting of the whole thing. And it doesn't work out for them. Yeah. Look, humans are the smartest because they learned how to destroy all the other animals. That makes us smart. Humans learned how to beat all the other animals in a fight. That means they are all geniuses. I would put wood trim on this vehicle, but wood trim is expensive and classy, and we don't want that. We want it to be cheap looking and nasty. I think this is almost, at least the basis of it is almost done. Disconnected again. No idea what's doing that for. Like, no idea why it just disconnected. I saw it, but why did it just randomly disconnect out of nowhere? It's not bandwidth or anything. I think I need to stretch my arm. Cause I spend so long like just these cars, and then my hand is like on the mouse in one position. There we go. It's not the prettiest car I've ever built, but then that's kind of the point. So if I go add something back here, remove the arm. That is always an option. I forgot. I actually do need to add a Labubu somewhere. We can't get by without the Labubus. The Labubus will save this car, I am sure. I do remember the Labubu shoes. On what was it, that real Musume, as I just end up calling her. I do remember the Labubu shoes. Deep fried Labubu shoes. I mean, we had that was a fun draw, because I had the Labubu shoes were invented. Also, the Elena box was invented at that time. Yeah, so stuff was done. This can be maybe add that cloth to it. I think if I pivot that will be fine. I mean, it's not ideal, but it fills in some gaps. Yeah. I could actually, honestly, I could put that in this car, but then I feel like it would It would not be very happy in here. See, there might be some sorted bits here. I'll have to see what there is. We can have a Maxwell. I don't think he's going to be very happy, but I feel like it's something we have to add at this point. We need him to, like, look really judgmentally at the driver. Yeah, I can imagine. Wait, does a Lena box have a gender? Or is it like one of those things that just doesn't have a gender? I don't know if it's a house, I guess. I think it is canonically a house, so... Maxwell abuse. Yeah, just putting him in this car is abuse. Oh yeah, the gender is a box. Oh yeah, like 8-Ball. 8-Ball has the gender being ball. At least how I drew him. Say her after calling it a ball, I don't know. Maxwell's just like looking at the front like, why? Why did you build this thing? What are you hoping to achieve? Ooh, we can get a bike. They lag the game, I believe, to put them in, but we can have a bike. Now I want to put a roof rack on it. just because. But I don't know, it kind of takes away from it being a derby vehicle if I go that direction. Work from the camper van. It's not loading this radiator in. Okay. How could I forget it? That was the Labubu. I needed to add the Labubu to it. Yes, so where can the Labubu go? I would imagine on this rear corner. That looks like there's a nice space to create a Labubu. Labubus are made, not born. Why does that phrase actually work so well? There we go. I removed the original radiator because it didn't fit in the car. Like, it hung out way over there. So I fixed that problem now. It's at least got a radiator. I think I could go with, like, a vent or a scoop. What I think I need like the most ridiculous scoop. This one should do. Can rotate this. There we go. There was no driver inside the car. I'll have to try and bring that up, actually. See if I can bring the trailer up, because it makes me think of that. Because I've said before, it just reminds me of this. And,
Evil has visited the earth in many forms.
it reminds me of this thing.
Now it returns as a car.
But, the Facebook apology, it is somewhere. It's just this car that goes like hunting everyone down.
Driver in the car.
That's what this thing reminds me of.
A car possessed.
I know why he didn't go into the cemetery. The ground was hallowed.
And of course it explodes, because it's the 70s.
Who knows what it wants?
I forgot the quality was like super low.
They all know nothing can stop the car.
It basically, like, it's supposed to be a trailer, but it like shows the entire movie.
Nowhere to hide.
Just this evil demonic car that like chases people out.
I think I hear the engine of that car.
I mean, I've got that on Blu-ray. It is as goofy and hilarious as you'd think.
Tell me what to do, baby.
It's just, yeah.
Force drives the car.
Like, that's what it reminds me of, though, when I build this kind of stuff. There was no driver inside the car. The car has kidnapped Maxwell. Powered by pill, of course. So. I'm getting distracted. I do need to draw a Labubu. Now, I think if I get, I think there's probably a grill and I can make this look suitably cursed. Grill. Is there a sunroof? There is a sunroof. If I could get that working, but what I'm looking for, either a grill or a vent or something along those lines. The grills. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not so sure. To me, though, this looks even more scary. I mean, it was weird though because they had it like it was actually an interesting thing though because they had it so like guns or anything just don't have an effect on it. So yeah, as I say, it was actually quite an interesting watch I found. We can make a rust-coloured Labubu, sure. I think they have like this kind of pale tone. Plastic. I can actually get plastic, so. That looks very realistic for a skin tone of a Labubu. It's perfect. No one can escape the car. You see, that's like whenever I build an absolutely cursed being like this, so those words always come back to me. I was making Maxwell taillights once upon a time, now I am making Labubus. How times change. Time to put up Labubu in my search results, which I would totally have to erase later. Okay, it looks like I'll have to reuse this vent thing. Well, technically a grill, but it works. Labubu Dubai chocolate. I remember that thing. I feel like I should hate myself. This actually doesn't look like the worst Labubu like image ever. I feel like I should hate myself just because it looks actually quite decent. Wasn't there like the 24 karat gold Labubu and it was literally just someone used spray paint on it? $67. Oh no, I've only just realised this is 67. Okay, so we need like just a load of fluff, basically. I might do like a chibi Labubu because it'll fit, I don't know. Then we can get little arms. I'm just like reusing these same, this same shape over and over again and somehow having it work. Can probably make that a little smaller. Then we've got, that can be changed. Oh dear, I grabbed the wrong piece of a Labubu. There we go. I feel like I've got to get the right number of teeth. Because that was like a big thing. Imagine if I just get the right number of teeth and then I'll like add one on. And that should be, yes, we've got our Labubu. No one can escape the car. The car brings Labubus, and it will not accept it if you don't like its Labubus. I don't think a Labubu limb is supposed to look like that. I don't know, it's like it touches that and then it gets messed up, so I'm gonna have to move this leg a little. This Labubu is a cursed being. Yeah. Just gonna wake up from it and it's a nightmare. Honestly, if only. There's something that I feel shouldn't exist though. Right, we're gonna need the eyes though. We're gonna need the totally emotionless eyes that have seen things. Like that's an integral part of any Labubu, that we have eyes that have seen things. I do have to drive the thing though, like that's the worst part. Okay, so we need some white kind of colour. That is not quite there. Can go with plastic, I think. There we go. It's like, the weirdest thing is it looks like a Labubu, but it's like the most cursed Labubu ever, and it has definitely seen things. I think the Labubu has seen itself. Oh dear. Okay, so there is some mouth. Oh dear. I think the playlist has finished. No, it hasn't. We still have music to create cursed things. Yeah, the Labubu has realised what he's a part of and doesn't want to be there. The Labubu thought he was evil, but really, he was part of a far greater evil. Oh, actually, having that on layer 2 actually fixed it. That's odd. There's no tearing now. I don't know. What am I doing? There has got to be triangles. I think body molding there is triangles. I don't know if I can get this working, but I can try. There we go. I've got to research it. Yeah, I mean, of course, I find something on it would be from July the 2nd. Nine, okay. Gonna make sure, yeah, this is mirrored. I mean, what am I making? I think I'll just make these white. I can actually make them like a glass colour, but I don't think that'll work. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear. One tooth, yeah. 4. I have to make sure this is actually a legitimate Labubu. As you can tell by the looks of it, this is clearly a legitimate one. It's not something that would scare kids at all. I think he might be having an existential crisis, actually. There, it has 9 teeth. They're actually not that badly spaced. Scary mouth. It is a very scary being. It's having a massive existential crisis. Oh dear. Without a Labubu. Oh no. Anyway, I think for now at least I'm done with this vehicle. Probably do a little more tuning and stuff. And then I can make something hopefully better. It's 1,800 kilos. Labubu probably added like 15 kilograms to it. It's a metal Labubu. It's one of the rarest. Okay, so size 300, 275. We're kind of 49.5. If I go and if I make these tires larger, okay, I've made them slightly larger. So we've got 49.5 and then wheels. $50.2. Yeah, like smaller front tires. What is this thing I've built? So let us see how it's slowing. I've made it brake even worse. I'm thinking perhaps if I make these wheels smaller, it might actually brake better. Now, brake's worse, but I think I can get it back. $50.1. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you, Elena. Hopefully this car doesn't haunt your dreams too much. It is a thing, that's for sure. I'm not sure it's like, thanks I hate it, in car form. $52.6. $52.9. Apparently it's braking better now. However, that's possible. Yeah, it does not have big brakes though. Okay, that affects sportiness negatively. I think 49.6, if I can lower them... Yeah, like I don't lose much performance by doing that. I think maybe having less force on the front is beneficial. I don't know. I mean, it seems it likes having less brake force, and it doesn't hurt braking power, so I don't know. Yeah, like the brakes are still working. $49.6. The thing is still slowing, it's just... At what rate? Not very much. Okay, I think I'm almost here. With the front force. It's gonna choose 67 for the brake force. Like, that's supposedly ideal for the car. No. I can go a little lower than that. 66. It was almost bad. Okay. Dear. This is scary. Right, the gearing. I mean, if I lengthen the gears out, I don't feel it's actually going to hurt the car. Because it's probably just not going to put the power down regardless, so having it with longer gears isn't necessarily going to hurt it. Okay, maybe you want to go make that a little lower. On the first gear. It's still decent for higher end performance. 4.9 seconds, is that to 62? I mean, it's under 5 seconds. Like, of all of the things I can say, that's about the nicest. The front tyres are right, the rear tyres are right. The engine has unutilised octane. I can probably fix that third one. I'm surprised how minor the problem is. It's complaining the engine is too large, basically, and then the tyres are too wide. It could be complaining a lot more given how mismatched this whole build is. Okay, 0.9 and 0.4. Like, that takes power, but if it fixes the whole fuel utilisation issues... It is also on the limit for torque. Like, I've pushed this thing. It will not make more torque. And that's with me changing the engine proportions quite a bit on a 3 litre 4-cylinder. Anyway, we can export the thing. Because I've got another thing that will hopefully be less cursed to build. Or to design. I don't know. Like, imagine if I drive Ambeam and it's like the nicest thing to drive ever. I just don't see it being the case, but it has got like 345 width rear tyres. They're just cross plies. Not ideal. Yes, exporting all the trim and everything. And we have another yellow car. Well, I don't know, I think the other was more green, but this is the randomly drawn colours I have to work with. This is under 1,500 kilos, so unlike the other one being about 1,800, this is a lot lighter. This is interesting, and this is actually potentially competent. It's a small pickup truck, kind of a van-based pickup truck, and it's got all-wheel drive, front double wishbones, a transverse V16, of 3 litres in displacement, and dual exhaust even, and leaf springs on the back. Like, it's front bias for weight, I think, but I did also move the engine back a little because there's like those adjustments, and the way this is set up for cabin space, you know, there's no disadvantage to moving that engine back a little. It's not like it would even cost the company a lot of money because... Oh, I didn't add the wheel badges to the other one. But anyway, the engine can be moved back because if you'll see here, like, there's no need for all this space behind the engine. There's need for space in front, so it makes sense the engine would sit a little further back in the chassis. And that, I believe, has fixed the weight balance quite a bit, because it was like 62 front, now it's 57 front. It also has rear downforce. The other cursed reject villain car had no downforce whatsoever. And we have hard race tyres. They're cross-ply, but they are race compound, so still pretty decent. Then, I don't know, I need more Maxwell here. The last build had a severe lack of Maxwell in it. Then, I mean, I could go with these. I feel like this is going to look like a train. So, it is front-ended. I think to make this actually look decent visually, I'm going to need a bumper. Without a bumper, it's just not going to look good. There's various options. This one looks like it might be decent. I think it might be a Volkswagen bumper. This may be a Volkswagen. It's 2.0 meters for wheelbase, which is, I'd consider small, which is half a point. This is a small van, truck, whatever. Technically a small truck, but I found this body and it fits a large engine transversely, so perfect. I could actually give it teeth. You know, that doesn't look as bad as it could, actually, giving it little teeth on the front. So, I mean, I don't know how I would do this, though, because I'm going to need something. It's not got, canonically not got front downforce, so that's not an issue that I have to contend with, but it has got rear. So I'm going to have to somehow implement it. The reason I did it, or the way I did it, sorry, should I say, is by adding that splitter thing. That does add functional downforce, and you don't need a rear ring above it if it doesn't look good on the vehicle. So that's a way to do it, and I'm going to probably use that method, but change out the actual specific splitter I'm using. These can mirror. And as I say, mirror on the other side. I don't think that looks too bad. I don't know about this bumper though, because it just doesn't quite fit to my liking. If I could go, like maybe put that the other way up, maybe this would work. This is going to be less cursed than the previous build. I could build a car if I want to. I just didn't want to. Maybe I would be better off. Maybe I would be better off if I didn't go with a bumper, per se. Like, just change it around what I can do here. Actually, there is also a thing I've seen on a few kind of older style vehicles where they have like fog lights. I mean, this looks wild. I mean, you can put trim. You can put the trim around the like edge of the van in a different colour. Don't think I'll do that, but it's a possibility. Perhaps actually, you don't need a grille necessarily on the front to make these work. So if I have the badge, there we go, can extend this out. Can probably make that a little smaller. Somewhere like that should work. It also looks kind of like the needle of a wheel, which is, I guess, an unintended advantage. don't need everything to be super overcomplicated from a design standpoint, but it does need to look like it's intentional. So again, we can go there. I'd probably have some indicators down here. Likely round ones. I don't think they look too horrific, too insulting. But I do prefer to have some that I believe are indented, is it, to the bodywork? Can probably actually make them chrome and it would match a little better with the other bits. There are two colours that the wheel has chosen me, so yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm entering chrome mode with this, where I make everything chrome. Then actually, if I were to, I think that can probably go a little higher up. But if I were to go down here, I can then have a following one between these lights. Not too certain if it'll work, but if it does work, I think it'll look quite good. I mean, these two can be brought forwards. Yeah, they are both forward now. So then we've got got to get like the V. Is it the letter V, I think, to get this logo together. But that seems to be like snapping to a different point, like not going actually in between the lines. Wait, so we need a letter V. Can pivot that like so. Because this is a wheel build. Yes, I say, this is like jumping. I think it might be to do with the like overall shape of the body that it's doing it, but okay, I've got that in a decent enough position. I think that works okay. Like, it's not 100% perfect, but it lines up decently. Not sure I'm the biggest fan of it, but still. So, what have we got? I mean, like, there's various bumpers. I do feel it needs a bumper just to fill in the gaps. But I'm not quite so sure where I should take it. Maybe just a fairly simple bumper will do the job. Because maybe I'm trying to go all crazy, but not a crazy bumper supports. Crazy bumpers don't always suit every vehicle. How do they work? I don't think that's necessary. Granted, if I move that down... Yeah, if I move that down and then, like, pair it with a bumper or something along those lines... Just try and find the correct bumper. Can try... Okay, that doesn't look too bad. It's not perfect, but it, like, fits decently well. Avoided adding ventilation, because even though it's front-engined, the engine is, like, right down there. That's just going to be footroom for the first passengers, so... Front passengers, should I say. So it doesn't have to be super, in-depth, so to speak. That isn't quite what I want for a bumper, though. I feel like if I just have an arch, and I believe I can get one of them. I'm not sure where it is, if it's on 3D or whatever, but I feel that is somewhere a little, like, bash bar type thing that I can have in the middle. Might be on 3D or body morphs or something like that. I will have to see. Got the Maxwell. I mean, I have built a Maxwell, like, camper van type thing, so... It's, This would be a good pickup truck to go with that, because Maxwell has a little camper van. I don't know how I would tie it in though, but it's also like these are both kind of Volkswagen bus type bodies and smaller ones at that. This one is a little more classically styled because it just suits the particular purpose we've got here. So I wouldn't mind trying something like that. I do want to find the pieces though that I was looking for. There's a pickup bed there. Imagine giving it a dually bed. It's only got cross-ply tyres though, so they'll only go so wide. Yeah, I feel like it was on bumpers. There was definitely something though, but like you could arch across and it looked pretty nice. You know what? A tow bar doesn't actually seem like the most absurd thing for this. Tying it in with a splitter would be a little difficult, but it actually doesn't work too badly. Because this, if anything, seems like it could be a tow vehicle. This isn't the worst. I mean, I know it's on race slicks, but I can get the vibes. I don't think it adds loads of weight or anything. Give it sirens so we can, like, pull people over. Modular over fender. Wheel cover. Ooh. Wheel covers. I mean, it has said I can only go with Steelies. That's why the wheel said I can only go with Steelies. So that's why I've got it set up this way. It's on a ladder frame. It's a transverse engine on a ladder frame because that is a brilliant idea, of course. So, okay. It's kind of grabbing it from the other side. If I make this 3D, that might be a little easier to navigate. I don't hate this look, actually. It looks kind of stylish. I wasn't like 100% sure where this was going to go, but if this as a design feature works, I'm not against it. Okay. That's almost there. I think we need to bring that up a little. I don't want to move the wheels in though, because for performance that's not ideal. Okay, that doesn't line up perfectly, and it's not actually even mirrored, but I can mirror it. I probably want to change the wheels, honestly, because if I'm going full out classic on the look, I mean, I know sticking out like that isn't fully covered classic type wheels, but I mean, I think I can tie it in somehow. I could always do that like cheesy thing where I raise the wheels up, and I usually only have to do that with what's it, leaf springs on the front though, like where I use these finer settings to like raise the engine and lower the suspension, just to try and make sense of it without the car sitting a million miles off the ground. This is on, it's on leaf springs but on the back, so it does get fairly low still, despite everything. So we've got wheels. Now, I do feel, though, I feel like I'm going for a 60s, maybe early 70s look, so steel wheels are actually the murder to this car that it could have been. Granted, I'm gonna want some wheels that look maybe like they have hubcaps on, something like this. Like, you see, they can work because even though they're larger, I know some older vehicles had super narrow but large diameter wheels, so I can make these work and they don't look too badly off as they could look off. The I'm saying the wheels, yeah. They can all be reverted to green for now, and then I can add some. No, not that's the brake calipers. I don't really want to mess with that. So they can be green, and then I can change the hubcap colour, which will be one of these. I think maybe those two are hubcaps. So if we go, I don't actually need to. Oh, sorry, my head's not heading today. We need to go and yeah, chrome, because I do believe chrome is good. I'm gonna have to use the other colour. Like, this is the crazier colour, this green. And then there was another one that the wheel gave me to work with. Like, those are not the highest end looking wheels, but I think the wheel decided upon heavy duty steel wheels, so this is the best way I can try and run it. I can also change the specs of the wheels a little though, and being cross-plies, they can get wider and possibly performing better if I make them that way. Granted, the front's locked because I've already pulled out the arch and stuff as much as I can. It's a limitation of the body, but this is still, I think, the best body I can use that will somewhat work. Got that, and yeah, so there's this, because I think it can actually take larger tyres. I didn't enlarge them, but I think it can take them without looking massively off. Maybe 615 or 620. Yeah, and we can go to that. Slightly wider rear tyres. I think I can make that much work. Those do stick through there, though. Actually, yeah. Okay, so that'll get me 235s if I just size it to about 610. And that's with 17-inch wheels. I don't know if they need to be that large, though. I can see, like, if it has actual legitimate performance advantages. So 32.5. 32.4. Okay. Smaller wheels there have actually made this thing brake better. And we could try that again. So 34. 16 inches look to be about correct. I think you just hit the brakes too much if you go any smaller. I think it's got carbon ceramics front and rear. But yeah, my point is, 16 inches I think are where the balance is for overall performance. So if we can go, does it show braking or anything here? It shows handling and stuff. And that goes up 21.4 if we make these smaller. Well, not the overall drivability. 31.8, okay. Making them smaller helps. 32.3. So I'm beginning to see a pattern. We've got 31.7. Okay. So I think slightly smaller tyres, but still wide enough to give me a 245 width. I think they're about as good as I can get. They fit within the wheel covers just about. Silver actually somehow does as well. The hubcap part. I'm quite happy with that. For just overall balancing, it doesn't need the largest wheels in the world. They don't help it. We have only got a 4-speed auto, but this still accelerates. Even that way, it accelerates better than the other one. To a lower top speed, admittedly. There is this engine. I don't think I'd finished it, but it is very powerful. 340 from a 3-litre V16 without any turbos or superchargers or anything like that. It's naturally aspirated. So, 243.4. Yeah, there's more power in there. By just changing the compression. I mean, the power curve looks very wonky. I'm not too sure how to fix that. 345.7. 347. Yeah, like, I don't want to raise the springs and lifters too much, though, because what that does is raises the peak RPM. And I do want a little bit of overrun if I can help it. I wonder what the airflow is like. There is actually quite a difference. Maybe if I could get an overall better power curve by changing that, so it's less rough, by just aligning that stuff. The peak power is lower, but from what I'm seeing, it does make a nice steady top end power there. So if it's a little lower, it does hold the very top end of the power band quite nicely. I am now in photo mode. Well, that's a way of seeing my handiwork with a design. Only it was at the back, so I couldn't. Still, no less. We've got 7 miles per gallon. Very efficient. Honestly, it's probably even this decent because it's probably this decent because it's fairly light. It could be worse if this thing actually had a bit more weight to it. I can make that smaller. Okay, so the exhaust is there. If I make that larger, the exhaust actually lines up quite well with the valves. How does this affect power if I make that smaller? I mean, as I say, my whole idea here just to align the whole airflow thing so it actually looks a bit more decent together. Yeah, like I do think that has smoothed it out a little. It's got, I think it's got VVT, full VVT and continuous valve lift. Or maybe not, I don't know. It's 5 valves per cylinder, so it just locks all that stuff. Maybe it is continuous VVL by default. We've got that, yes. So we've got the header sorted. The manifold, I believe, has to be made smaller to match, as I say, with the overall airflow. Hovering about 69, a very nice amount of airflow. Let's raise the valves up. Like, I can try and adjust other stuff. It's just once I've got these kind of aligned on the whole overall airflow, then I can try and adjust it again. It does, as I say, it seems to have smoothened out. Now the airflow isn't just completely out of whack. And it's somewhat consistent. Ooh, so that's like raised it up. The power actually gets across that top end quite nicely. I think I'm almost there. Like, I just want it so it doesn't, like, raise too much on the very end. Like, that's pretty decent. And then it gives me some nice, like, hold of the power and then drop off. I don't know why it just suddenly stops there, but if it's going to do that, I can try and use it. Yeah, so 318. That's, yeah, that's, like, rounding it off pretty nicely for top end power. And the airflow is changing, the whole overall airflow. We're making about 340, which is solid. I mean, I feel like this is going to hurt the overall... I feel like it is going to hurt the overall performance of it, but that's fine. And then raise up the cam profile, perhaps. There we go, 339%. This is about the best balance I can get. The cam profile being a lot higher than the springs and lifters. I mean, I have messed with the proportion, so it's more biased to stroke. No, to bore, sorry, than it is stroke. Because that gives me a bit higher RPM, a bit higher torque limit. It revs over 10,000. RPM shouldn't be an issue. Yet I've already got the RPM limit at 10,000 and it's still making power almost until that limit. So if it can accept the revs, if it can take use of the revs, then I will try and use them. I mean, a perfect engine wouldn't have the same restrictions that the wheel has given me, but this is one of the nicer engines that the wheel could have built, honestly. And a transverse V16 is certainly interesting, if nothing else. The last V16 it built was just longitudinal rear-wheel drive. It wasn't actually that unusual. Longitudinal front and then rear-wheel drive. So this is a lot more interesting. This is a transverse all-wheel drive, which is why I got the actually why I got the front double wishbone suspension, because it couldn't give me a leaf spring since it chose transverse. Kind of let me out of jail free there. Also, a V16 in this particular body works better transversely because it doesn't impede on driver space like a massive long engine would when it was facing the other way. It works out. I mean, I have kind of had to cheese it by using a van body which just has a pickup bed, but we don't talk about my cheaty methods. We've got 67% on the valves. Excellent. There we go. Headers and the exhaust can probably go down a little. Okay, it depends on power, because I think that is either too high or too low. I think 50 millimeters exhaust, which is not huge, but also not tiny. There we go. So generally, we've got pretty good airflow, good enough power delivery. Holds quite nicely, 330 to 340 horsepower for how long? 8200 to 9600. So you've got like 400, 500 RPM of just like pure high-end power. That is good. That's the kind of thing that's very solid. Especially like throwing it gear to gear. We only have 4 gears on an automatic here, so anything extra we can get is going to help. Now I will play the engine sound. I don't know if it's just the way automation's leveled it, but I feel like that was a lot quieter than I expected. Like, this has 2 straight-through mufflers and no catalytic converter. I wouldn't expect it to be quiet at all. I do imagine it's going to be outright obnoxious when it's in beam engine. Dual exhaust too, might I add. I mean, it's fun though. 340 horsepower, it's very fun. Especially in a weird lightweight van body. I think part of the reason it's not lighter is it's partial aluminium, so yeah, and on a steel ladder frame. It's not the lightest materials in the world, at least, as I say, there is advantages, which is that it should be pretty stiff in terms of bodywork, and the frame is probably not that stiff, honestly, but the bodywork should help this car have a level of stiffness to it, or I say car, it's technically a truck, or a van you may call it, but automation calls it a truck, so I'm going to run with that. The wheel wanted a truck body, and I'm going to call this a truck body. Because it is, as I say, truck is one of those things. It's like a very flexible body because you get some that are like borderline super saloons, some that are even like sports cars but with the engine in the front, and then some that are off-roady trucks, and then you can have some that are like this, which is a van but turned into a pickup truck with a few different pieces of bodywork. So very interesting to work with. I'd say vans and trucks are probably some of the most flexible body types you can get. Just in terms of they allow a lot of freedom and a lot of crossover with other body types. So if a wheel gives me one of them, we have got very good steering and we've got anti-lock brakes. I would have liked traction control, but honestly, it's not cut ABS off, so I'm happy with that. How is it braking? Have I like messed it up by changing the engine? No, this is like as good braking as I've got. Not even from this, it's just as good braking as I've got from pretty much any randomised vehicle the wheel has built. That is good stuff. I don't know if having the hard tyres helps that over the softer race compounds, but it's good. And I mean, hey, these being cross plies, there's not a lot of sidewall there, so it actually does quite well given they are cross plies. I mean, here you'll see it's a van. I don't know what exactly it is, 1946. It may be a very early version of one of the Volkswagen vans, so it may just be something that's designed in a similar way to them. But yeah, this body works for what I want it for, and as I say, it fits quite a large engine, that's why I've chosen it. 2-metre wheelbase, so it is what I would call a small vehicle, even with the overhang. As the wheel did request, a smaller vehicle. And that's what I got to try and design. I mean, we've got all-wheel drive, so I could actually, I know it's technically viscous all-wheel drive and not a 4x4, but I feel like given how this vehicle is, if I'm going for the retro look, I could stick a 4x4 badge on the back, which would definitely, it would definitely, like, play into it, would you say? There's a 3-litre V6. I think those badges look a little modern, though, personally. V8? No. A V16. It is 3 litres, but... Oh. So what's 5 times, I don't think there is V16. But how many valves is it? It's like... Well, I found a 4x4 badge that seems appropriate enough for an earlier vehicle like this from the... Well, from 60s I was already saying I'm going stylistically. 4x4 is the selling point. As I say, this is technically all-wheel drive, but I can run with this theme and call it a 4x4, I think. Yeah, it's frame. There's a frame. There's a legit frame here. But I'm going to call it 4x4. I just get so used to the wheel telling me, like, with the randomised builds, there's like an engine in the back, and so I need ventilation here to realistically cool the thing. This is not having that issue, because it's front-engined. I mean, this does not, I say, doesn't look like it's got something in the front, so I'm going to have to try and work around that. It has got vents, just not lots of them. I feel like I could give this a mustache, I don't know. Probably not. Some cars you can get away with, like, actually giving them a face and a mustache. I don't know. This looks like a crazy green swamp monster. Not that I hate that. Crazy green swamp monsters definitely have their advantages. They are certainly powerful beings. So, we can... Maybe we can lean into that. I don't know. I would go with a sunroof, but as I say, if I'm going a large sunroof on the roof, but if we're going with a 1960s car, it's unlikely, especially a 1960s pickup truck. I feel like however I design this, it's going to look a lot more sleepery than you would maybe expect, just because of the nature of it. Like a tiny pickup truck, you don't expect to have this much power, no less one that looks like it's from the 60s. You would expect this to have maybe like, if it had a V8, maybe 250, 300 horsepower. You wouldn't expect it to have a V16 though, powerful or not. This is just not the kind of engine you imagine in one of these vehicles. As I say, maybe like a 250 horse V8, 300 at the absolute maximum, but I wouldn't see anything more than that being the case. This bumper is really messing with me. Doesn't want to go round. Come on. Drag to the back of the car, I say. I am trying. The bumper has ended up in a place. My monitor is threatening to turn off, as per usual. I think I got it on the back of the car. I'll take that, like, at least I got the right height, even if I had to miniaturise the width of it to get it here. I think I've run out of Gran Turismo music. It must be about that time. I will find some more. Where was that playlist video? I mean, it's somewhere here. Oh, it's like it's auto-completed it for studying. Of course I won't find the playlist when you're auto-completing it with things that honestly don't need to be in the description. And don't even find the video I'm looking for. I think the voluming should be okay on this music. There we go. The exhaust? I don't know. Imagine having them coming out the bonnet. That would be something. I did that before, the rear-engined unit. I don't know if that's actually going to work. think this only has 2 seats. It's one of these kinds of bodies, it allows you to put rear seats in even though there isn't realistically space for them. I mean, it's a truck. You don't expect more than 2 seats in a small truck. I don't think, at least. I feel like adding extra ventilation to the front, but where would I do it? There is one thing I could add a step or something with a vent on the side. Yeah, it's like 4x4. If I can find something... How many valves did I say anyway? So it's 5 times 16. That is a lot, so... 15, 30, 60... 75... No, I don't know, because I think it's 75 plus 5. I think it's like 80 valves. My head is not mathing, but I think it's 80 valves on this. A lot, as you can imagine. I'd say it's definitely the most interesting engine the wheel has built. That's built some rather interesting engines. So, it could go either way, I guess. I don't know. I want chrome. But where do I take the chrome? If I can get the... I'll have a look on the paints. Because if I can get chrome like in certain parts of a vehicle... Chassis, carpet... I can't do a lot like with the wheel arches and stuff. But there are ways. There's ways of adding it. It's just... I don't know. I could. I mean, I think this body will take to it nicely enough. I want to build another chromed out van. I have this problem. Did that with like Maxwell's little camper. I want to just add chrome to everything. They call this body torture mod. This is basically some over-the-top vendors and stuff. I think if I can find the correct ones... I can try making that smaller. There's got to be a difference here, like in how they're arranged. Okay, so some of them... Yeah, some of them have more curve. I think something like that. Arch 3C. Okay, so there's some with like lean in them. And some which don't. I think it's that. Arch 1, no. Is that the one? This is either Arch 3C or Arch 3, I believe, are the ones that are going to work. No, I think it's like, it's also curves on some of them more than others. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to get that working. Like, I could try and mould it around and everything. I just don't think it's going to work. I think I'm better off just going with a little bit of chrome instead of trying to chrome everything. So I can have like a strip of chrome down here and stuff. I guess almost like it's been added to a van to try and make it look more luxurious. So we've got that. There we go. So, can I have these end pieces as well? Mirror these, because I want the whole thing to be mirrored, honestly. So we can drag that. It's not seeming to let me flip that horizontally. Maybe if I go, yes. Okay, that's another way of doing it. Then we can mirror that one. So this whole ordeal of chrome should mirror. Like there, that way I've got a bit of chrome on the sides, and it doesn't mean I have to redo the whole wheel arches. I think there's also eras. I think some eras have a lot more chrome than others, so... Like, it's not mandated I put chrome everywhere. I just like doing that because I think it looks nice, but... It's not always possible. Or realistic. Actually, I might have some vents there. Could look pretty good, actually. I don't know. I think it might have been actually some... one of the trucks had that. As some aerodynamic feature. I think it was a 1990s Scania or something. I mean, what works, works. So I put like these on both sides. That will allow some engine air intake and it looks kind of sporty. So we can drag that back. I don't know, I think I need that to be like right up to the door. I don't know if I like that, but it's a thing. The whole thing looks kind of angry on the front, so I don't know. It's not like the worst thing I could have done to it. The back end is going to need something doing. I mean, if it's a badge... I don't want to give it away and, like, say it's a V16, though, so even if I could... If it's a GT badge... There is, could put Maxwell on the back, because I tend to do that. Turbo. Not gonna lie about a turbo on this one, although I have done that before. Ah, there's a text tool where we can put Maxwell. Again, this is going to be chrome. This is just me trying to get back my chrome. Space out the letters because it tends to look good, I think, on this kind of text. Yes, I quite like that. If I were to back that on black, it would look pretty good. I'm not so sure that would work on this kind of vehicle, though, because sometimes I have like a black strip between the tail lights. I don't think it would work on this. Because I'm not going with like a super basic truck, but anyway. I'm actually thinking there is like a piece of trim you can change. I could just make that chrome, and that would add a nice touch of chrome to the car. Some trim panels. Okay, that changes the window trim as well, so making it chrome, I guess, isn't the worst idea. Yes. That adds a nice touch, I think. It's not perfect, but... like, it's changed... I think... I don't know, all trim panels. Okay. I was thinking that had changed the window panel. Actually, no, that's okay. Like, it's not the most beautiful thing ever, but... I think the chrome is tasteful enough for the most part. Just, if only I could, The chassis is also that colour. Nope. The carpets. I mean, that's a carpet colour. I don't think it has carpet though in this chassis type. I mean, I will probably use that red somewhere. If I have a Maxwell bed, Maxwell bed. If I have a Maxwell bed in the back. I mean, what I'll probably do the most of this design. Probably won't bother with the interior quite yet, but I'll probably do all the stuff on the outside so it's like a drivable vehicle. And then I can take both the ones I've done today out. Because I am still getting something done here, even if the design isn't 100% finished. Ooh. I kind of like these. I think they might actually be Volkswagen lights. There's those. Yeah, I feel like they might actually be Volkswagen lights. But they work. So, I mean, even if this thing is a Volkswagen, technically. I would say they're too large, but then this is a tiny vehicle, so larger lights are not necessarily that out of place. Can probably make them a little smaller. If I put that on either side of a Maxwell text. And it will be chrome on the edge. There we go. Like, I could have done a worse job, I think. And I mean, it's given me steel wheels, so I think I've put that to good use because the wheel has decided I have to use heavy-duty steel wheels. I think I've put that to good use. No saying they're really heavy-duty, but they are definitely steelies. I mean, what would the difference be? Maybe heavy-duty wouldn't be body-coloured, but functionality-wise, I don't think there's going to be much difference. You could say maybe heavy-duty have 6 lugs. You cannot see how many lug nuts there are under these. There could literally be like 10 or something. It's covered by the hubcaps. So I can use that mystery to my advantage. Yes, we need a Maxwell bed, definitely. And door handles. I think mirrors are one of those things. If we're going for like a 1950s look, a lot of cars back then didn't have 2 mirrors. For the sake of luxury, I think you can do it, but it's like, it wasn't a given that you would get both mirrors. I mean, some cars, I think, even in the early 50s, didn't have mirrors at all. Side mirrors, yeah. Maybe they had a central mirror, maybe that was regulatory, but no side mirrors. Are you gonna... Yeah, finally they're working. These seem to fit here, actually, as well as anything ever has. Like, these mirrors don't usually work on anything, but as I say, with what this vehicle is being more van-like, more truck-like, mirrors like these don't seem so out of place as they would on other vehicles. There we go. I don't know how they would work from the interior. I feel like they are a little low. Maybe if I move them up and then move them like along a little. It's just I don't want them to sit awkwardly on like the body lines. There we go. I mean, I think that's okay. I could have done a worse job of mounting the mirrors. At least they appear to be visible from the interior on either side, which this won't have yet, but it will eventually get an interior. I also feel like I think I want the same kind of idea here with down here. Just a bit of chrome that like comes from nowhere and goes to nowhere. Because it saves a bit of work like trying to connect everything up. So we bring that up. And this should all be mirrored and everything, thankfully. So that, I could say, will probably go... Like, I imagine there's a line in the middle of these two lines where I could definitely make the chrome work. I feel like you can have an excess of chrome, honestly, though. Like, mostly it looks good in little chrome strips like this. If you just make the entire car chrome, I think that's just too much. Like, even I will accept that as someone who does like chrome. Door handles. We need door handles. We do need an exhaust as well, actually. So if we go... remove that. There is different ones. So, like... I don't think these exhausts will work. I don't think they're functional, but I could get one with holes on and then like attach exhaust through. That is another possibility. Yeah, so like that's not working. Some of them do have exhaust, but I don't believe they're functional. Like that, yeah, they don't go into it at all. But you can get ones with like gaps and stuff. This I won't be keeping carbon fibre because it just doesn't fit the rest of the vehicle at all. But I will be using this splitter. I think a splitter, to be honest, just doesn't fit this kind of 60s style, but or even prior to 60s perhaps. 40s, 50s, 60s style. They don't have these kinds of splitters on the back. There is actually that. Like, that's going to provide downforce advantages, but it's not going to look it. You know, that's just going to look like the bodywork has taken a hit or something. I don't know. Ooh, actually, I've had an idea. I've had an evil idea to make the aerodynamics there, but invisible. So, like, we have this. If we mirror this, it should still provide all the same downforce as having, like, a rear wing or anything, but it's just going to look like exhaust cutouts. And I don't think anyone will really notice that's not the case. But as the way automation calculates it, this counts as full-on downforce. Like, I'll go to the final menu, and that will be counted as downforce. So wherever it is. Performance, yeah. 0.198 kilos of rear downforce and a lot of lift on the front because there's no front downforce. As per the wheel's randomised request. We have... So we have that. Like, this downforce there, you wouldn't notice they're not just exhausted cutouts though. So I think I'm making this work in a very cheesy way. Dual exhaust, so we'll go with 2 of them. Can go with some quite large exhausts. They're probably not that large, like they're only 50 mils, so kind of larger, but probably not this large. I mean, I don't know, it's a smaller car, so maybe the exhaust, or van, so maybe the exhaust would appear larger in general. There we go. I can make these smaller, as I say. Like, just make them into little exhaust cutouts that happen to provide downforce somehow. And, like, no one will ever know that there is downforce belonging to these pieces. Unless you look at the finer specs or watch the stream or whatever. No one's ever going to know. So it's kind of like a devious way out of putting a massive wing on the car. But hey, there is downforce functionally. From a functional standpoint, I have obeyed the wheel. If not from a necessarily visual one. Could probably make them a little wider because it's not quite trimming together nicely. Yeah, so it's like... I think that works well enough. Sometimes it gives you like massive cuts through the side of a car if you put a wing on and it doesn't like it. Like massive digs, like someone's scraped huge animal nails right across the side of a car and gone through the metal. Wait, we need the door handles. If I can find them, there we go. These ones look like they might actually be from the 40s or something, but that's good because it matches a character of a vehicle. Maybe I could go with a smaller piece of chrome for this, because as I think it could work that way. We have mirrored, yeah. Just have to make sure that I've mirrored the door handles, because door handles that are not mirrored are not going to be great for this car. So I'm going to try and make this match for height, because it is not the same as before. Actually, does it? I mean, before I downsize it. Trying to line this up. I think it was somewhere. I think it was the front as well. Had the same like jumpiness. There we go. I think that's lined up well enough. So then we can go drag that and drag that again, but we'll convert it to a more just line of chrome. I mean, that doesn't line up exactly, but that's fine. Like, as long as I can get this to kind of line up. It's like, as I say before, though, this is jumping like quite a bit. Just try and... I almost had that lined up about as well as it could. If this isn't like perfectly lined up, I think it's more permittable because we're factoring in different pieces of chrome. There's only so much tolerance any like IRL vehicle can actually have anyway. So even if it's the highest quality vehicle in the world, I feel like there's still ways tolerances can go off and stuff. Where, you know, the pieces haven't lined up millimetrically perfect. And besides, also, if we're going with an older vehicle from the 60s or whatever, visually, you know, this stuff isn't going to be as perfect. I mean, that's, it's almost there. I think I don't want that quite as it is because I separate them for the doors. I mean, I know that's too much and I shouldn't bother, but I get obsessive about this stuff. I do want to drive this in BeamNG though, so, you know. I want to get some craziness with the max rolls going on. But I don't think I'll have the energy. So I think, again, for now, I'll just finish the base design. I may return to it. I may do another stream or whatever. But I do want to drive the things on BeamNG that I've made today, so... At least if I have the base design, I can say that's something I'm happy enough with for now. So again, we can make that smaller. I think that's about the correct length. That should work. And then we've got that. It's that one. Yeah. So drag that around. Like, I think that's a nice amount of chrome, honestly. Not the most, but it should do. I can make any kind of tiny refinements later. Fact is, I think this is decent. I mean, I can try and adjust the gearbox as well, because I have adjusted the engine. And then finally the suspension. They all just need final tweaks. Yeah, for now I take this. Like, I've done a job of designing it. It has vents. How effective they'll be at cooling the engine, I honestly don't know. It has downforce. I think I've lowered it as much as I can. It's 1467 kilos. Yeah, 1467. Of course, we need the best numbers for our weight figures. The statistics. 6.9 miles per gallon. We've got all the good numbers in today. And 44... what's it? 44 kilos of front lift. I think 4 is actually a very unlucky number in Japan for all it's worth. So, yeah, all the numbers. Where were we? Suspension, yes. Well, I was going to say that. Gearing. We've got gearing brakes. I think the brakes are more or less done. So, yeah, I can try adjusting the other bits, like the pad type, see what the sportiness rating is for them. Because if the sportiness gets better, I'm not going to say for certain, but I would assume it brakes somewhat better. And then I'll use the drivability to adjust the rear brakes, because that's going to be more about control than outright brake performance. Yeah, so 100 pad type, that's not unrealistic though. We're getting 31.7. I'd rather have more brake force than less though. So, rear brakes. Yeah, it doesn't like having more rear brakes. I mean, that's the only thing, but it's like I've made the front brakes and the rear brakes more powerful with the pad type. It just doesn't like rear brakes. Somehow, the brakes are not showing serious brake fade. It's only like slight brake fade, even though they're tiny on the rear. I mean, did I make them bigger? Yeah, that made drivability better. But somehow, the engine clearance is narrow, I get that. The brake force is very high, of course it's going to be very high. And the front dampers are very hard. I don't need so much stiffness on the back. The front is what it needs, because the back is leaf springs. It's going to naturally be somewhat stiff anyway. Like, especially at 4 for like rear spring rate. That's not actually that soft. And when you've got leaf springs, it's going to be like a lot stiffer than that would appear to be as just a number. So we've got 3.6. The front dampers are hard, okay. They're no longer hard. I mean, it seems to like the front being soft. I don't know why, but it seems to like it. So what about sportiness and that? The thing is surprisingly sporty, I must say. So we've got 4.2. That makes drivability better, having that lower. So I'm going to cling on to that. 3.4. I mean, it's going to lower sportiness, but not by much, actually. So go make the dampers a little softer. 3.2. Both the drivability and the sportiness by wheel standards are pretty good. I mean, I think it's built vehicles that are better in either regard, but in general, this isn't bad. It can do with less rear sway bars. That makes sense. They are leaf springs. 55.3 on drivability. Yeah, it doesn't mind having them softer, and honestly, with the leaf springs, having them soft with anti-roll bars isn't bad. Leaf springs are inherently quite stiff from side to side. Why I don't like it as front suspension, because it's extremely stiff in a way you don't necessarily want it to be. Like, I think this is good. Double wishbone front suspension is good. Like, that's going to carry the weight, so to speak, and not just in a literal sense that there's more weight on the front. I think double wishbones are going to kind of carry the weight because they're going to hold this thing up. They're going to hold this thing together around corners. I keep hold the thing up. Yeah, of course they're going to hold it up. I keep making like all these puns accidentally. So it's got viscous differential in the middle, which means we can go with a maximum of 55% of the way, which I'll probably send it all to that. I mean, I think with this, you probably want as much to the back as possible. It might not save that for drivability, but I think having that extra bit of rear brake force, not brake force, sorry, extra bit of rear power isn't going to hurt it. Very good brakes, as I say, under 32 meters for braking. This is extremely good. Not radials, but extremely good. Oh, I forgot the transmission. I keep forgetting stuff. I need to adjust the transmission, and then I will be ready to drive it, so... that V16 just, like, holding the power there is crazy. So it's got quite a bit of power. If I were to, like, lengthen that gear right out, it does slow it down. I mean, I'll try and make it as long as I can. It can do, like, 4.7, so... I think it needs 2 gears, realistically, to get to 60 with some speed. It isn't, like, unrealistically... It doesn't go on forever to an unrealistic level. Like, it has its limits, and it is only a 4-speed auto. Probably the one moment I've actually been kind of suffering at the wheel's hands. Wheel's non-existent hands. 4.7, 4.7... I mean, these are never going to be the best gears. It does hold the power quite well, though, and we are getting 4 of them. So even being somewhat of a slushbox automatic, it is at least getting 4 gears. Because I feel like the wheel was trying to be cruel, but by the time it's set automatic, I'm already getting at least 4 gears. So, you know, it's had 2 speeds. I think if you go with a dual clutch, it will have 2 speeds as an option. I haven't had to suffer that much. In general, it's good, even if the transmission is imperfect. As I say, I'm going to give this a go. I'm going to give the other one a go, and I'm going to see how they are. The cursed being that it has invented. Or, well, I did it, to be honest. I cursed it, but anyway. That's the one I'll be trying first, and then I'll be trying this much more logical and generally nicer vehicle. But still, I think I got a decent-looking vehicle today, and I got a decent-looking vehicle, and I got something crazy, which I think is as much as I could ask for, honestly. So if I bring that up, I'll switch to BeamNG. Head doing tired things. And we're loading. Do 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 do. So I'll go and yeah, remove that. Free roam. No, not free roam. We want the time trial. I always seem to make that mistake. Time trial will go. This cursed meme mobile. I haven't selected automation test track. I should have done that. 3 laps of this and see how it compares to other vehicles. Let's just hope BeamNG loads in a timely fashion. And I also have to move me head so it doesn't get in the way of a speedometer. Yeah, that looks aligned okay with the bottom of the screen. Just if I have me head over on the right hand side, it blocks the speedometer. I just said that, but anyway. At least I've used that time. That burnside looks like it's on cross-plies. Okay, if nothing else, this thing sounds good. I don't think it's got exhaust. Oh no, it has. I think it's ignored the front exhaust pipes on the bonnet. Oh wow. There's no texture. Okay. The 7 is no texture. Okay. The Labubu came out okay, though. So that's something. In general, there is texture issues. But I think I can make this work. For the most part, I can fix that. Dear. So what transmission have we got? Ah, it's a dual clutch. That's why my shifter isn't working. Good to know. I can turn... Comfort Sport. Okay. I'll put it on sport, but I think it's not got any kind of traction control, but good to have that stuff sorted anyway. It said the coolant's over here. I think it's fine. I think the coolant just got hot. I don't think it's actually done anything. I forgot this on Absolutely Dreadful Tyres. I didn't have a steering wheel. There's a few bits I missed out on this, and the texture issues that I will have to try and repair. In the weirdest way, it's kind of fun. Yeah, there's definitely stuff on this that does need fixing, but for the most part, it is the crazy being that it was always. The one advantage of these tyres, they're like dirt tyres, and oh. You see, that was just like the suspension, and it was just like, nope, not today. I don't feel like working today. I mean, they are cross-plies. They're like base level dirt cross-plies, and they feel like it. It feels like... Honestly, the biggest advantage I can pay it is it feels like it's a derby car. Which is what look I was going for. It feels like some kind of derby car that would be, you know, on trash tyres with a little too much power for those tyres from some kind of V8. Which this hasn't got. It's got a 4-cylinder, but anyway, oh dear. I'm lightly on the brakes to try and easily slow this down. I managed to save it, sort of. But man, I felt so on edge there. Like, it could have just thrown me off, honestly. It didn't quite throw me off, but it came so close to doing so. And you see, I just can't get on the power. The brakes are bad, but aside from that, I just can't get on the power as I would like to. You saw it did slide. So this lap is not worth pushing it anyway. I've thrown it away by spinning the thing. I feel like it does have some performance to it. It's just... Well, it's actually a brilliant engine. It's outweighed by so many negatives. As I say, this is a good engine, like 410, 420 horsepower, and it applies it pretty well. It's just held back by the rest of the car being so awkward. You see, like, it slides if I go full on the power, though, and that's where I did spin it, because I was trying to get on the power, and the thing just has no grip. It's got 345 width tyres, and it has no grip on the back. And the front's somehow gripping, even though it's got the engine in the back, and it's got, like, 235 width on the front compared to massive rears. The one thing I can say about it is it doesn't understeer. Like, that's the one nice thing I can say about it. It doesn't understeer, and it's got a very good engine. So yeah, basically a derby car. I mean, in a way, it does distract from the fact it's got front leaf springs. Like, I just wouldn't notice. Oh, yeah. So it shifted into second. It got too much power that it didn't know what to do with. Like, I just cannot put the power down here. Somehow I accelerated there and kept it on the course, for the most part, at least. Like, I feel like it's actually okay when you get on the dirt. That's the issue. Maybe it handles better on the dirt than it actually does on tarmac, which is as absurd as you can imagine. Yeah, like there, I got it onto the dirt, and it was actually kind of gripping. I get on the tarmac, and the thing is spinning. There, it's understeering. I've hit the understeer. Using its non-existent aerodynamics to hold itself to the road. It's got the Among Us as well on the back. Like, the more I look, the more cursed this thing gets. Again, having to, like, ease onto the brakes. That was bound to happen. Honestly, I'm surprised that was as minor a hit as it was. Like that, I drifted into a wall slightly. Something is going on with the handling, though. I can feel it. Something is just not quite attached as it was after that hit. I mean, I think if anything, though, that's going to be a quick lap because it had a hit and it didn't really slow me down. So I'm going to have to rely on this second lap actually being decent on the off chance that I have damaged something and I'm never going to get the speed again out of it. It's just on the first lap I was so on edge. I should have probably gone to first, honestly. But it got grip, so I'll take that. I'd be amazed at this point if it does decently well. The brakes are not as bad as I expected, because honestly, it had me expecting disaster. Maybe the car is just terrible elsewhere because of these tyres, but I'm not feeling as hard done by with the brakes as I perhaps could have. Slow it down into here, go into first. Oh dear. I managed not to spin it there, okay? That's the one thing I can say. I didn't spin it. Like, I probably lost a bit of speed from being in the wrong gear or something along those lines, but I didn't spin it. Yeah, it's just first to second gear is a particularly weak point for it. And I think this is our last lap now. It did brake in a straight line, even though I'm pretty sure this thing's got ABS. Yeah, there you go. Like, I was trying to save that. The thing wasn't being saved. I got a good second lap, but I still hit the wall there. Even if that's not done any mechanical damage, that will have slowed me down too much. So as I say, second lap was decent. I didn't spin it or anything. Second lap was about as good as things you can ask for. This car is now damaged. I highly doubt I'm going to beat the second lap. But the second lap I kept it pointing in the correct direction. Maybe didn't do a perfect one, but it was good. I kept the thing going where it was supposed to. It's like, as I say, the car has so many issues. I don't actually notice it's on front leaf springs. So that's certainly a way for things to be. And I mean, even that hit on the wall with the second lap, like, that didn't hurt me too much. But I feel with the damaged front end now, if that happens again, the car is probably just not going to finish. It's a shame because with a 6-speed, it could have been quick. If it had given this race tyres, this would probably actually be kind of fast. But these tyres are scrap. Like, they turn whatever you mount them onto into a piece of junk. It doesn't matter what it is. Thankfully, so far, the two cars that the wheel has given these tyres have been cars that were not, like, potentially incredible race vehicles. Anyway, doing a drift. That was just, like, completely unprompted drifting, though. Like, I wasn't even doing it. I guess it is slightly damaged, but it was just unprompted. It just slid for no particular reason. And, I mean, it does seem to lock up the wheels under brakes, even though I'm pretty sure this has ABS. It's just that messed up. It's that messed up, I think, that, like, the tyres will lock up. So perhaps the tyres are locking up, as I say. Maybe it's not even the brakes locking up, but the tyres. It should be fun, but the fact is it isn't sliding in like a fun way where you can catch it. It just slides as if it's to spit in your face and say, I have no grip. See that? That's me not gripping. Oh, we're on dirt. It has traction on dirt. No kidding though, like I do feel it has more traction on the dirt than it actually does on the tarmac. And I'm messing up my gearing. It did take a few hits. I think it has got steel bodywork, so that probably actually helped it on the second lap where it did hit the wall a little. Not super hard, but something that, you know, could have damaged the car if it was a weaker being than it is. I am curious to see how quick this is despite everything going on with it. Honestly, I just realised there's a lock diff and I didn't have it locked. That wouldn't have helped me, quite frankly. Okay, so where are we? You see, you know a car is bad when you have to scroll right down to the bottom of the leaderboard to find it. So that's one lap. I think there's some that are higher up. No, I don't know. Okay, there's one lap there. Is that the third lap? So the rejected villain vehicle. I'll keep looking. Are the others below it? Is that like... It's only highlighted one. That's the thing. Usually it highlights 3 if you've done 3 laps, which I'm pretty sure I have. The Rover 75 is at the bottom somehow. I mean, that wasn't even a real car. That was just me building a Rover 75 kind of replacement. But I like my Rover 75. It's comfortable. I mean, I'm trying to find it. No. I mean, it wasn't going to beat the toasty wheels, even a bad lap on that, so... Honestly, I don't know why. Did it invalidate it when I hit the wall or something? Because I believe the first lap I didn't hit the wall or anything. Anyway. That's what it's showing. I'm surprised it came that close to any lap from the biblically accurate minion, to be honest. I forgot. Yeah, that was another car which didn't have any tuning on. The Flying Pickle has beaten it. The Flying Pickle... Okay, I'm not sure if that's the quickest Flying Pickle lap or whatever. That was another car with a 2-speed transmission and the same tyre compound as this has. And same cross-ply and everything. That did 239. So this is not quick. Even by the standards of these absolutely garbage tyres. Another all-wheel drive car in the same tyres has beaten it. With leaf springs on the front as well. So even by its league of just awful tyres, it's being beaten. That's at least something. Now, as I say, maybe it did better, but it just cancelled those laps for some reason. Because it only showed one of the 3 laps I did. I don't know why it did that. But it only allowed one of them. So we have got... we've got something. Got the one I just built. I'm not sure I named it anything, honestly. So... I did export it. I'm not sure I gave it a name. Like I should have. So it'll be here somewhere. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so it isn't called what it's supposed to be called. I could have given it a name, but I didn't. But at least the car is installed in BeamNG. So that's something we can drive it now. Anyway, point is, hopefully this one is going to be less awful. Because I've got 2 of these vehicles I've done today. And this one, admittedly, is probably lower effort because I was getting more tired of what I was doing, maybe making more mistakes. And why... Looks like the M is showing there. I mean, maybe I need to clear the BeamNG cache or something. Because this is also having texture issues. Like, particularly, it's not even this text. The M has loaded it in fine, but all the other letters haven't. I think the rest of it has texture just fine. Yeah, like, looking on this looks like it's going to be about 100 horsepower or something. And kind of slow but fun. I don't know if that's the case. It did that thing. Oh yeah, it's just got ABS. It's not got traction assist. Oh dear. It did that thing where it did a wheelie. I've had one other car that tries to wheelie. That was a rear engine though. The fact that this seemed to try and wheelie when it's got the engine in the front. That is impressive actually. That is seriously impressive. I mean, I know it's to do with grippy tyres and stuff, but the other one had the engine, like, between the back wheels, okay? So that wheeling isn't as much of a surprise. It also had a locked differential. So, yeah, again, all the power going in a way that's like to do that. It's crazy, because I can trust this. Like, it is a, don't know why it says S on the transmission, but it is an auto. It's a 4-speed auto. I can tell the auto is definitely not as preferable as a manual, but it has gears, so I would still argue this is better than it giving me a 2-speed. Maybe even a 3-speed transmission. Like, it can at least row through the gears and use it for pace. It's such an odd thing to drive, though. This engine sound does not belong to a van like this. Or a pickup truck, technically. A van-based pickup truck. I can say, I think because of the race tyres mainly, I'm not noticing the rear leaf springs as an issue. Like, I kind of know they're there because I think it's a little more wobbly and, like, not rock solid onto the tarmac, but it grips. It goes. I mean, double wishbone front is definitely good. Ladder frame or not. Double wishbone on the front. I think it's a galvanized steel like ladder, not a heavy duty ladder with like AHS steel. So it's not the stiffest ladder chassis, but paired with all-wheel drive, it should be decent enough for a lighter vehicle. And it does feel that way. Like the body is wobbling, as you can see. I think that's probably like mechanical wobble as well, but the suspension is decent enough to take the wobble and not completely throw the car into the bushes, which I can say is a pretty good thing. You see, it's just getting used to a car which you can really push. This still has race tyres, like 340 horsepower and all-wheel drive. So even if the transmission isn't ideal, I feel it can still deliver a certain level of speed. Oh dear. There we go. I can actually attack bumps with this a little. I mean, I feel like one thing about this, you have to trust it and you have to push it because of this transmission not being as ideal as a manual. Like, you have to have faith in the transmission doing what you want it to. And it doesn't always do that, so you have to just push the car around corners as much as you feel you possibly can. It doesn't roll, and it doesn't understeer. They're two things I actually kind of expected from it. The thing doesn't roll, it doesn't understeer, it actually just corners well. I can kind of tell, if I really pay attention, that there's less weight on the back because it's a pickup truck, but it is still gripping on the back. Perhaps the all-wheel drive helping there. Maybe it wouldn't grip so well if it was front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. It has pretty balanced all-wheel drive, and it doesn't understeer, as I say. Like, it could be a terrible thing to have if it understeered. This does not. Sounds really good when you actually get on it about 124. Like, this is not the quickest in a straight line, but that seems to be actually a general pattern with the randomly built vehicles. The ones that are actually genuinely quick around corners are ones which maybe don't have the absolute best straight line speed, but generally, like, most importantly, good tyres and oft times, like, half decent transmissions. Just in general, as I say, this is good. The transmission isn't ideal. Perhaps helped, though, by the top speed being like 150, because it's a brick. So, I think in general, the car works out together. I wouldn't necessarily want a 4-speed transmission on something that does 200 miles per hour, but for this vehicle, oh dear, it's okay. I think I'm on the second lap now. I was really pushing it, though, there, and I was like 3 wheels on the dirt. It's understandable if the vehicle lets go there. Might mention because it's also on racing slicks. It's understandable if at that point it lets go. Oh dear. It's in 4th gear going around that corner. As I say, like, I'm foot to the floor most of the time with this. If it's going slower, it's because of this transmission, which is not great, but no less. Full power out there. Little bit of steering correction and it made it quite nicely. Like, I don't go full power 100% of the time, but it's getting close to that. It feels like about 85 to 90% of the time I'm going full throttle. See, I had to like tap on the brakes there and then accelerate. There's a bit of like delay, I feel, between when you step on it and when the gearbox actually responds. So it seems like I have to, before I've actually fully, before I've fully got ready to accelerate our corners, I just have to dump the power down in the hope that it will catch up with me, and that seems to be helping the overall pace of it. Like, I have to be on my game, because if I'm not, the transmission is not going to be on its game. The transmission is very much relying on my inputs being ahead of the game. Full power up there. I had a very slight lift, but it took that incredibly well. Like, you wouldn't imagine, though, this handles as flat as it does, given it looks like this. It handles like something far lower slung than it actually is. I think I got like a wheel on the sand there. Didn't feel like it was slowing me down, though. When you actually get to the very top of a gear, it just screams. Yeah, as I say, like there, I got some very good speed out of that corner because I accelerated far before I was actually comfortable to. Just knowing full well that the transmission would be behind me. The one thing is I trust this vehicle now, so full lock there to try and keep it going where I wanted it to. Yeah, so if you're spot on and you know, kind of, that the transition is going to take a moment before it puts the power down, as you would perhaps expect it to. So if you accelerate, if you step on the accelerator maybe like half a second earlier, it will respond eventually. That was one way to go. Don't think it will have cost me much speed though, so it's another one of those cases. Not sure how quick that would be. The auto is definitely a challenge. 712. This is like the fastest vehicle on the course in terms of the whole 3 laps, so it's at least consistent. Oh. Yes. This is our fastest vehicle. Kind of a classic style pickup truck. So that's a revelation, I guess. We've got 2:19 there. That would have been the 3rd fastest time. I think that was like probably the 2nd lap when I was like starting to learn the car. And then the 3rd lap I started to realise I have to get on the power earlier. Saved about, well, just under 2 seconds by just getting on that power early. Doesn't sound like a huge amount, but in the means here it is. So we have like our fake Ferrari California type thing with live coil on the front. We have the fabulous Roadster. That was, I think it was double wishbone front live coil wear. So fairly close suspension setup, but in a more sports car thing. And then we have this. It's done me proud. And as I say, you would not imagine this is the quickest randomised vehicle just looking at it. I wouldn't have imagined when I learned it had an automatic and I was going to have to like race this with a 4-speed auto. I thought, this is not going to be the quickest. It's going to be quick, but not the quickest. But the thing is, as it turns out, you just have to be ahead. Like, if you are a good driver, you can trust the thing. Like, the thing is not going to step out on you unless you do something really stupid because of the all-wheel drive. So you just have to be on your game. Like, if we just go up here again, bit of a lift, accelerate, so I go on the brakes, like here, and then before I've even rounded the corner, I have to step on it. Not the best example because I ended up on the dirt, but you get the idea. Like, I stepped on that early to try and get the thing to go into gear and put the power down, and it did work. I got it going, even if that time I pushed it a little too hard. The point remains. So yeah, I will finish this someday, design-wise, and do a bit more fun stuff with it, but I think we've got 2 decent vehicles, at least design-wise. We've got one that's an absolute atrocity and should be deleted from the internet. And then we've got something that's decent but unfinished. But yeah, a very quick car, no less. So I'm going to leave it here for today. Hopefully I can do some more of this stuff. Just, you know, putting some designs on these vehicles. I have not got designs on stream or anything because they're not, like, from streams. But, you know, just do some final adjustments to these kinds of vehicles. Have some fun with them. Apparently there's no, like, actual lights on the back. Also, wait, the 4x4 badge is a lie. I did not realise that. I don't know why it's doing that either. Anyway, yeah, so I think this looks decent for what it is. I could have done a much worse design job. Anyway. Yes, V16 noises. And yeah, so I'm going to leave it here for today. And I will say goodbye until another day.